storm.
Yeah, and like, you know, all this stuff with the pet, like the pedophiles and everything. Did you listen to the Joe Rogan podcast with Duncan Trussell, the first one? I
No.
highly recommend at least the first couple of hours of that, but it's 5 hours long, and by the midway they get really pretty drunk and just start like broing down about comedy and like the
Mhm.
Comedy Store and all that. So like, but the first couple of hours really really good. Duncan brings up a lot of very interesting points about the like they talk about Bohemian Grove, and Duncan is like, well, I don't care if they're worshiping an owl god, like if they're going to burn an effigy. Like, have you ever been to Burning Man? That's what they do all the time at Burning Man. And imagine if no one ever saw what a Catholic mass looked like when they're doing communion and inside of a Catholic church, and somebody were to see a video of that for the first time. Like, what the fuck is all this shit? That, like, what are they doing? They're worshiping a dead guy. What the fuck? Like, there's just a level of tolerance and that came the way Duncan was explaining it. And something he said too, he's like, I know a bunch of Satanists and I know witches, and none of them would ever want to abuse children or anything like that. And he's like, I know Satanists that would kill if they found out that kids were being abused.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, wait, so Satanism does not necessarily equate to like child like abuse and human trafficking. Like, not to say that that's not happening, but to in the mind, that's actually a thing that really developed in the 1980s with Anton LaVey, the head of the Church of Set, which is like the satanic church. And you remember Californication? Remember, like, Hank
Yeah.
Moody's daughter? She
Yeah.
had the
Yeah.
book, the
Yeah.
handbook. It was like,
I was just gonna say, yeah, because someone was giving her shit about it, and she's like, "Well, actually, the values of the Satanism, like, kind of just spouting off, like, well, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about."
it's all about self-empowerment. And it's like, yeah, it's like, I would never call myself a Satanist. I mean, I'm more of, I understand it really focuses on the self. And I think that's, it's its own religion. But at the same time, I think there's a balance between the self and the others. That's why I would never go as far as to like call myself a Satanist.
Right. Right.
However, it's just like this whole like scare of like projecting there must be a bad there are bad guys and they're all evil and they're all doing these things, and it's got its tentacles out through all the arms of the media and Hollywood and government and corporations and all that shit. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's like part of me thinks that whole conscious like ideology, that war against the cabal or whatever, like from our level, and we've talked about this before at different ways, but like at our level, it's like that. I think is part of just one of the biggest distractions of them all. Like, what are you going to do with that information? Like, are you going to go out there and think that you know something other people don't, and you're going to go try to wake them up, like shove red pills down their throats, and like tell them, you're a slave, you're a slave to the system, and you think you like Tom Hanks, that's because you're a fucking pedophile, like, whatever. You don't want to see the truth. Meanwhile, in the real world, like in the quote unquote objective reality, the good guys, Donald Trump and all these Republicans, are doing all these terrible things to Mother Nature. They are completely devastating the environment, deregulating everything that has to do with putting poison like and toxins into the atmosphere. Like, they're just going buck wild.
Oh yeah.
It's all about money. It's all about winning. Like, how in the fuck is that? Like, it's like, and then it's 3D chess. It's his master plan to make it look like he's an idiot when really he's not. It's like, well, that is just some convenient shit for your argument. Like, how the fuck? It's like, no matter what you say, it doesn't matter, because in their mind, it's like, oh well, don't believe everything. Everything you see in here is the complete opposite. It's like, is it?
Yeah.
Fucking is it? So I just like the way it is, and the way I'm really wanting to adopt in my mind, the way to look at it. It's a cult. It's a straight up cult. He's a cult leader. He's got a cult following. And when you're in that situation, when you're deep into Jonestown, like, nothing Jones says is wrong.
No.
Everything's justified. There's good versus evil. See, that's the other thing too. It's like, again, this whole good, not to say that there's no terrible, malicious, like nefarious, malintent people out there. But to suggest that there is this like divine battle between good and evil, like that is some real primitive, like fairy tale shit.
Yeah.
Like I think that is like a real dangerous slippery slope, because ultimately we're just one thing, and we're hurting ourselves, pointing fingers at each other, saying the other guys are the bad ones, and that is just like, it's like totally a fucking illusion. So anybody that continues to precipitate this illusion and hold it up is, to me, part of the problem. And misinformed, ultimately just misinformed, and wants to have a team. It's like the whole tribal mentality. Like a lot of the spiritual, like pseudo spiritual people now, they want to have enlightenment and spiritual awakening and stuff, but then also they're still ascribing to this whole like my team versus your team thing. Like that is ridiculous. It irritates me.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's the same. It's like the social aspect of wanting to be part of a group. Because a lot of people can't handle being alone, you know.
Right.
So
No.
yeah, there's just the acceptance thing. It goes back to primal. It's grade school stuff. You know, you want to be part of the cool group, and you want to be with the friends, and you want to think you're right, and you think you're innocent by association or smarter by association, and then when you're in that group, you know, you just keep propping each other up to make you think that you're the better group. You know, we even had that in high school. There was I went to Bayside Middle School, and then there was Mapledale Middle School, and then there was Glen Hills, but we were all at the same high school, but we all kind of kept our, you know, little groups together, and we'd always make fun of, even though we all hung out, we'd be like, oh, that's just a Mapledale thing, or that's a Glen Hills thing. Like, you guys don't know. It's always Bayside's best, you know, obviously. So even though we were all friends, there's still that tribal thing. Like, no, but we're cooler, we're funnier, we're smarter. You guys are all right, you know. But and it was said like in joking, but there was still like a part of you where you're like, it's an elitist, you know. You're like, no, our group is better than your group. And no matter what you say, especially when it gets to this point, there aren't a lot of groups, I feel like, that are open to modification and open to, you know, they kind of have their scriptures. And like with Donald Trump, everything he says is scripture to those people, and everything he does is scripture. So yeah, there is no point. There used to feel like there was, maybe it's because we were in our early 20s, there was more of a possibility to kind of like just say that one thing, or show the right person the right thing, to have them be like, oh yeah, I didn't see it like that before.
Like 7 years later, the essence
Yeah,
of that movie.
exactly. And that felt like a little bit more possible. But now it's like anybody who disagrees with anybody, it's like no matter what, on our side, their side, the other side, you don't want to hear anything. There's no, because there's too much pride involved, or like there's just too much certainty. We've always talked about that, people being too content and certain of themselves. It's just like that just leads you down a bad road. It's like, all right, well, now I've gotten all the information that I could possibly get for my entire lifetime, so I don't want to take in any new information. So anything anybody says that doesn't align with what I already know and believe, then sorry, you're wrong. And not only are you wrong, I hate you, and I want to scream at you.
And you're evil.
And
Like
you're evil.
you support evil.
You're a racist. You're a pedophile. You're all these things because like just straight up to the worst things now. Like it used to be just like, oh, you're just a Republican, or oh, you're just snobby or whatever. But now it's like, nope, you're racist and a pedophile. Those are the two things that are like just so extreme now. Yeah. There's no talking to anybody. So yeah, you're right. It's just there's no hope in convincing people, or holding signs on the corner like we used to. Like it just doesn't. It's kind of, everyone is in their camp now. Everyone's in their camp. So you just kind of hope that your camp wins.
Cult.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of like, look at the other side of that cult battle. Like if it's a cult war between two wizards who are the wizard leaders of their cults, you've got Obama on one side and you got Trump on the other.
Yeah,
really, that's what it ultimately comes down to. Because
I think part of it is that our side doesn't even have a leader. They have a leader.
Right.
We don't even have a leader. We have a figurehead in the moment, but we also had Hillary the time before, and we had Obama the time before. Like we don't have. I feel like people still don't like consider Obama to be the shit. You know, everyone, because now there's been so much shit post Obama to make him try to look bad and blame everything on him. There really isn't like a person that we're like, everyone's like, oh, Bernie'd be great and this person would be great, but we're so scattered and disheveled. But that's the thing that they have on their side, they have that focal point of the guy, our Messiah, who's who's leading us. Even though he
Yeah.
doesn't know where he's leading you, he's like just tripping all over the place. But wherever he's going, they're like, "Oh, great move, great move!" You're like, he stubbed his toe and he tripped and fell on the ground. He's like, "Oh, but
Awesome.
great! It was right where we needed to go."
Perfect.
And it was him, throwing shade at the liberals, those fucking libtards. Like, fuck those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So they have more of a passionate purpose, where a lot of us are just kind of like, yeah, I guess Joe Biden, this kind of sucks, but anything but them. So we're all kind of focusing on Trump because I think a lot of people are like anyone but Trump at this point.
Yeah.
But it really kind of fucks up what our mission is, because our mission at this point seems to only be to get no more Trump, and then from there that's the first step. We can't make any progress unless we get that cancer out of the way. And
Yeah, at least that tumor, like the tumor
the tumor, right?
Yeah, because the cancer is not going to go away by removing Trump. That's the
right.
problem.
There's still going to be tens of millions of people.
Right, and that's the problem with the other side of the cult battle, because like the way I see it is you have almost equal forces of cult behavior going on from the right and the left. How right now, obviously, Trump is the head, space daddy cult leader of the America and shit. So he's got a very consolidated base. But then also you've got the diehard neocon liberal people who are just like, anytime like when the primary was going on earlier this year, and Bernie was still in the race and he was doing really good. And what I was doing was posting videos being like, vote for Bernie because look at these other candidates. They're really bullshit. Like, and a lot of people were coming after me on Facebook being like, how dare you question Joe Biden? Joe Biden's a great guy. We need to all band together with Biden, but Bernie's going to lose. And I'm just like, how dare you? This is a primary. The whole point is to primary the candidate who's going to be in there. Like, you're not going to hear me post negative shit about whoever the fucking candidate becomes. But right now during the primary, it's like, because that attitude of like, how dare you question Joe Biden's integrity, like that's cult behavior. And it's like the left is more like, Obama's the cult. Obama was the guy.
Yeah.
And like everybody else is trying to continue like, oh, Obama was great. It's like, maybe he had good intentions, but he really did some awful fucking things, or at least was at the helm when a lot of fucked up things happened. And you can't just blame it all on the Republicans that were surrounding him. He did a bunch of fucked up shit, and things that people are criticizing Trump about, Obama was doing as well, like kids in cages at the border. But the big difference was the way that he communicated it was a much more inclusive way of talking about it. Like, instead of saying these rapists and murderers are coming to kill us and they're all a bunch of subhumans, Obama was more like, well, we have a serious threat to the country of illegal immigration. Like, it was just the way that he talked about it. It was different. People were more accepting of it.
Well, he has different principles, I think, as well. Like, he actually has principles, and everyone has some sort of form of racism and bigotry in them. And I would say the degree between Obama and Trump's is Trump has way more bigotry and racism and sexism inside of him than Obama did. So yes,
for sure,
Obama was more articulate, but I think he was also morally a better person. And I think that is a thing that you kind of connect to. Oh, that's a good person. At least he's better. He projects
a sense of morality where Trump does not.
Right, of the politics.
We don't know these people. We don't know what the fuck their morals are. These guys get together at Bohemian Grove wearing robes, worshiping an owl god. We don't know what the fuck they're doing. We don't know what their morals are. But that's the thing. It's like, again, the presidency really comes down to a figurehead. It's a symbol. And they're like the conductor in an orchestra. The conductor doesn't play the music. The conductor doesn't tell all the other individuals how to play the music. Conductor just makes sure everybody's in time and coming in and doing things together. So if you have a conductor who's not really interested in keeping things in time, firing people left and right, just a shitty organizer, somebody who doesn't keep things together, who's all about dividing things further and further, it's like the orchestra is going to fall apart. So, like, again,
he would dissolve the orchestra.
Yeah. It's like, we're going to fuck this.
Yeah. And he'd be like, you know what? That's not good. You know what? Let's just cancel this. No more music. That's pretty much.
You're fired. Fired everybody. No more music. And it's like,
play this tape of Proud to Be an American. We'll just play this cassette of Proud to Be an American, or Phil Collins.
And and the thing, like, as much as I tend to like associate a lot of Americans as fucking stupid. Like when I get angry or if I get upset about things, but these fucking people are so stupid that they would like elect this guy. Like, why would they do that? He's clearly a nincompoop. And it's like, I think I forget a lot of people are actually smarter than we think they are. It's like they see through the bullshit. Yeah, Obama was a good coordinator. The music came out of his mouth. He's very articulate. He seemed to have a good intention. But if you look at the fucking shit that was going on in the background, like the best, most nonpartisan example of like big reason why I think Obama lost a lot, especially in Michigan. Didn't he lose Michigan? Or not him, Hillary. Didn't Hillary lose Michigan?
I think that was the big one, yeah.
So when the Flint water crisis, which is still going on, happened. I don't know if you saw the documentary Fahrenheit 11/9 by Michael Moore.
No, I haven't.
Well, thing is, like, they're having a water crisis, right? Like, the water is literally killing people. The governor is like working to dismantle regulations and make it worse, and it's like complete bullshit. And Obama comes in because it's a national emergency, and it's like Air Force One lands in Flint, and they're like, "Yay! Finally, the president's here. He's going to help us." And Obama gets up onto the stage, and it was one of the most like awful things I've ever seen him do, which was just get up there and say, "Hey guys, I don't see what the problem with the water. Hey, let me get a glass of water." And everyone's like, no, drink the water. They're you see these look in these people's faces, like, what the fuck? And the guy like hands Obama a glass of water like this. He's like, "This is right from here and down. Look. Yeah, it's good. Listen, I know we got problems, but hey, the water is good. Look, I drank it. You should drink it." And it's like I think that was one of the big moments that just fucked him and fucked the Democratic Party completely. And to me, like, we're talking about morals. Like, I don't know what these people's morals are. For somebody to get on stage and to do that to all these people who are dying because of the water, and he comes up there and pretends to fucking drink a glass of water and say, "Look, I did it. You should do it. You're all a bunch of pussies. Drink. It's water. It's fine." It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you? And it's like, that's, I think people saw that and then started looking more deeply, and it's like, well, maybe this is all a bunch of bullshit. People are tired of that whole, like, we stand on the doorstep of a new millennium, and we're going to say the right things, and this is how we conduct our affairs, and as long as we bring people together, America will be. It's like people are like, fuck that. This is bullshit. We'd rather have a game show host run the president, because you never know what's going to happen with this guy.
Right.
And it's like, and then people start getting into the cult mentality, actually believing that Donald Trump is going to make the fucking country great or something. And it's like, no, he's not. It's like, he's part of the same fucking bullshit system.
Yeah.
That brought us all the shit that you wanted to run away from in the first place. Yeah. So it's like, back to the original thesis idea here. It's like, I think people are smarter than we give them credit for. And they're just like, we're just still playing the game by the same rules. Like we need to stop the game. Like the whole thing, red pill, we're taking the red pill and waking up. It's like, yeah, but you're still using money to go to Starbucks and buy coffee.
Yeah.
You can't say you're taking the red pill and then also fucking participate in the system. Like, it's like, you're not.
Right.
So it's a conundrum. It's sad. But it's, again, like you were saying, it's like, there's no leaders that we have right now. I mean, of course you got Bernie, but I don't know. I think he's lost a lot of steam.
Yeah.
Personally.
Well, and even, he's lost a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of his disciples have had to kind of succumb to what he had to succumb to, and they have to kind of sign things over to Joe Biden. It's kind of like you resign to Joe Biden now. And so I think that lost a lot of passion for a lot of people, because I feel like I saw a lot of people on Facebook in particular that just kind of like did the jump. All right, it's not Bernie, it's Biden. Let's get behind Biden. But there's only so much, fake gusto that you could muster. So it's just, there really isn't, Bernie's still tweeting. He's still trying to do stuff. He's still trying to get like a stimulus thing passed, and he's working with Biden. He's working with AOC. Like, they're still trying to do stuff. But yeah, it comes down to not having a leader, because you have so many passionate people who want to do stuff. And, you know, the protests are a big, you know, outlet for a lot of people. Like, I'm actually doing stuff, you know, it's a direction. We have somebody who's guiding us. We're marching here, we're marching there. This is our intention. You know, that's like a microcosm of having, you know, within the movement, there's that movement. So you're like, all right, at least they got the marches, you know, that we got this, and this is how they did it in the 50s and 60s, and they got stuff done, and labor strikes too. Like, this is how stuff has worked in the past. But when it comes to how to actually behave in society and what would be more effective and what would be less effective, we don't have a direction. There are too many pieces of input, too many, you know, people saying too many different things. Oh, we should do this, and yeah, we should boycott Starbucks, or yeah, you should do this and stop using Visa and start using cash more and don't drive. And it's like, there's too many things. There's just too many things. And then another thing happens, and then something happens in another country, and I see the people who are like, you know, Black Lives Matter, and then all of a sudden it's like, pray for Syria, send money to Syria, and then something's happening in Libya. It's like, oh my God, sign this petition for Libya. I'm just like, there's too much. It's too much stuff.
It's almost like the vibe that starts to really emerge in the end of the second act, like third act of Mandala. Like, there's just so much shit going on. Like, you got the president, there's the fucking Pentagon, and you got the fucking swine flu. It's like, it's not like as crazy as that. It's almost like a microcosm of that. But that vibe of like, there is a lot of shit going on here.
And then the homeless people, and yeah, the vaccine, and yeah, satellites. Yeah, it's just there. You don't know what to focus on, and that's why Lily gets blindsided. It's because there's too much. If there was just one thing, where Jeff was the best at that, obviously, right? He was tuned in, he was focused, he knew what he was looking for, and he had one objective, was to find out more and try to convince Lily that something was happening. And he was the one who got the most stuff done, and he got the closest to solving the puzzle. But everybody else, you know, Matt kind of saw it at the end, or he did see it at the very end, but it was too little too late. Chris saw it too late. He couldn't see what was going on, so he couldn't save her. You know, like, it's just, you're right. There's just too much going on, and you're just spreading your energy so thin that it's almost like, you know, nothing. It's like if you could donate $1 million to one charity or donate $1 million to 1 million charities. It's like donating $1 to every charity is not really going to help, but donating $1 million to one charity is really going to help that charity.
Yeah.
But when your focus is all over the place, you're not. It's like, what's your mission? What do you want? And that's why I've always been so happy with us, is because we've always had a mission, more or less. So we're not scattered with so many projects, and you know, jack of all trades, master of none.
Master of none, yeah.
That's what we're doing right now. That's what all these young, energetic, passionate people are. We're jack of all causes, but we have a master of no cause. You know,
we don't know what. Master of no solution.
No solution, exactly.
And, you know, like something we were talking about over the weekend, like when you think about the Antichrist in the traditional sense, it's like the most evil person like in the world, right? And even just when I was visiting my aunt and uncle in Arizona last year, and had a political conversation, and they're like diehard Republicans, always have been, but they can't stand Trump, and it's causing them to change their minds. And my uncle was like, you know, Alex, I'll be honest with you. There was a time in my life where I honestly thought Obama was the Antichrist. I really did. The way it was looking, but now kind of looks like Trump's the Antichrist. And it's like, yeah, wow, that's a fucking major 180 for you to think that coming from your perspective. But this past weekend, talking about what the Antichrist really is, and it's not like, you know, the most evil, like Donald Trump's clearly the Antichrist because he's making such a fucking mess, right? He's so maniacal and self-serving and all that. But that's not really what the Antichrist was always defined to be. The Antichrist, like, even if you look at The Omen and all those movies that depicted that, the Antichrist is somebody who unites the world.
Yeah.
Who makes people feel better and connects everyone. So it's like
all sleep, right?
Right. Yeah. You know, so it's like, that's the thing. Like, what's going on right now, it's setting the stage for somebody to show up, to just like have the most soothing words that's going to bring everyone together. And it's like that, I could see that. I mean, again, it's like, that's part of a plan in general. It's like to be weary of anything like that. And to fact, you have to be on your toes all the time. But it's like, even though it's like we have all these leaders that were causing all these problems, and now we got a leader that's doing all the right things. It's like, yeah, but still we haven't changed anything. You know, maybe we changed how we feel about it, but there's still this idea of like one guy at the top who's like in charge or commanding, controlling, you know, conducting the situation. And
Look
that
where it's
is
gotten us.
the what's that?
And then look where that's gotten us. We've had both Republican and Democrat presidents for the last
Right.
100 years, you
Yeah.
know, and here we
Yeah.
are. Doesn't
Here
matter.
we are. And like this makes me think of this story I heard about like priests and sort of the domestication of spirituality into religion on a symbolic level. Pretty sure we talked about this at some point, but like a long time ago, before there were religions and churches and all that stuff, there
That's when
would
we talked
be
about it.
the what's that?
That's when we talked about it. We talked about it before there were
Yeah,
religions.
yeah. Before all that, we were sitting by the fire one day by the, you know, the rock out in the field, wherever that was, I forgot. But we were talking about
That's
it.
a good day. That's a good day.
And but like a shaman wasn't, you know, like when you think of a church or like Congress, anything like a podium with a person standing at a podium talking to an audience, the guys or the woman, whoever is standing at the podium looking out facing the crowd, and the crowd is looking at that person. So there's this feedback loop of like you looking at that person, they're looking at you, and they're looking, it's just kind of like this, it's an energy like ping, like what's it, pong, like
Yeah.
it's staying in one place. Whereas before that, at some point or another, it was a different type of paradigm where the leader wouldn't face the group. The leader would actually be facing the same direction as the group, still in the front, but facing outwards. Like think about like you're on a ship and you got like an airplane and the pilot is facing the same direction that you're all facing.
The bridge in the Star Trek.
In Star Trek. Exactly. So there was this, instead of this ping-ponging type energy, there was a funneling and focusing energy, which I think is much more natural in the way that nature, like the way birds fly. You know, if there's a leader of the, like in the V, there's a bird at the front, they're not looking the other way. That just doesn't work. You don't want to be like, look, open the cockpit and the fucking pilot's not even looking where they're going. Like that's kind of where we're at right now. So until we have a leader that truly accepts the responsibilities thereof, where they're not taking the energy and like, you know, look at me, I will calm you down. Like, you know, everyone look at me.
The conductor is a great example of that, because he is conducting and influencing and manipulating this. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about the audience. He wants to make sure everyone here is doing the right thing and in the right time all together.
Right.
But so it doesn't matter as long as he does this right, then that's okay. And that's kind of how presidents have been, right? We just got to make sure he's watching everybody. Oh, they're doing that. We got to fix that over there. And he's looking at it like you're right. Like it's separate from him. Like it's something that he's molding instead of something that he's part of.
Yeah. It's that middleman perspective. Like if you want to think of it in nature, and like Avatar, and like a group of the Na'vi, they're all sitting by the tree, and you got the person in the front. They're all energetically focusing. They're all one, looking in the same direction. Like and there's a trust in the leader and the trust in themselves. There's a connection to the point where it's like, you don't need somebody in the front to be like, it's going to be okay. All right, I'll show you what to do. All right, everyone. And 1 and 2 and 3. It's like, you know, if everyone was really had like a foundational belief system about nature and how we're all one and connected, there's that, it's like a trust fall. It's like, it's just as much of a struggle for the leader as it is for the group. It's like to really have that righteousness of justice and mercy, where you're acting just and you trust that everyone's with you.
Yeah.
And then also when it's like, you trust that they're aiming the energy in the right way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's a paradigm shift that clearly needs to happen, but you know, we'll.
Yeah. And it's gotten to a point in our society where everybody knows that you can't trust politicians. That's like, duh, like a 2-year-old knows that. Like, they're duh, the politician. He's not telling the truth. And we just accept that that's how it is. And then we pick one, like you were saying. I was like, well, I think Obama had more morals, but it's like, we don't know what their morals are. We don't know what they really think, because they're not a real person when they're talking to us, because they're trying to manipulate us. They're never not trying to manipulate us. That's their job. That's literally their job.
That's their
It's to
job.
manipulate us into doing something that they think is the right thing to do, rather than working together. And then when we voice our opinion, it's like, yeah, I'll think about that. Maybe, probably not, but
Yeah.
I'll tell you that I am. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. It just needs to get like I've seen a lot of memes of people being like, "Oh, 2020 is the worst," and obviously, and then some people being like, "Do you think this is 2020 is just out of nowhere? Like all of a
Yeah.
sudden life was normal, and then all of a sudden 2020 is like I'm gonna go ahead and fuck it all up." It's like no, it's been a steady progression for since everybody's lifetime, everybody that's alive. It's been a steady progression to where it is now, and there were illusions in there along the way to make you feel comfortable and safe, and then 19 years ago, it made us feel really unsafe again. But then we all came together as America, and we were all very patriotic, and then we got all of our telephones tapped, and we invaded countries and killed millions of innocent people. But that somehow made us feel patriotic and safe again because we were out there killing
Because
everybody.
we were
Yeah,
programmed at that point. Like the
exactly.
20th century, like the whole birth of America up to that point was not even that much. Like, yeah, all that building up, of course. Like, you go back to the first caveman, like, go back that far. But like specifically after World War II, that's when America had this exceptional American exceptionalism. It's like our way of life is the best way of life. We are righteous. We are just. We are merciful. We help people. We're not afraid. We have, it's like America. Like, that's something to be proud of. And like, I think that's when, the Trumpsters and they're like, make America great again. Like, in general, I think that's what they're talking like because not all fucking Trump supporters are racist. It's not like, yeah, we want to go back to slavery. Yeah, of course, all racists are Trump supporters. So that's a group. But at the same time, it's like people remember that. It's like we were in that time.
Yeah.
And that's why when 9/11 happened 19 years ago, it was like, how could this happen? How could this happen? They hate us because of our freedom.
Yeah.
How could they hate? It's like, these people must be straight up evil
Yeah.
to attack this. Like, we're so exceptional. Why would anyone do this? And it's like, guess what? We're not. We're like, outside of here, we've been doing a lot of awful shit.
Yeah. Right.
A lot of awful shit. And
that was the bubble popping, right?
yeah.
Like, oh, but then we were lied to by the bubble pop. So it just kind of reaffirmed.
Yeah. And then we just we've been digging ourselves deeper and deeper into that hole.
Yeah. But I do feel like since then, and because of 9/11, there have been a lot more people who are breaking out of the, actually, I don't know this at all, but it's based on no numbers or anything, but I feel like the amount of dissenters grew a lot after 9/11. People who weren't just, even if it was 9/11 conspiracy people or just people who were like not buying, whoa, like there were no weapons of mass destruction. Like, why are we in Afghanistan? Like, people who aren't even conspiracy theorists, who are just intelligent, like, wait a minute, I'm not just going to go on board with this. I feel like before it was mostly minorities because they'd been screwed and lied to for generations. So they were always like, I don't trust what this motherfucker says because he screwed over my mom and my dad. So I'm inherently going to distrust. There are still so many people like us who come from families that didn't have a lot of bad stuff happen to us. Like, we kind of trusted the government. We're like, yeah, there's no reason really not to trust them. But then after 9/11 and stuff like that, it was kind of like more and more people, kind of coming out of the matrix or going into the matrix and being like, I don't really think what they say is going on is really happening. And not only that, I think it's probably a lot worse than it is. And I think that's also been growing for the last 20 years. And now it's just kind of coming up in so many different ways that, that when Trump came along, yeah, for a lot of people, that was like, finally, he thinks, how I think, and he doesn't trust these guys either, just like I've been saying, since forever. So it was like a very comforting thing to have a leader who was like, I'm not buying your shit.
Yeah.
But all of the Democratic people are still, drinking the Kool-Aid heavily. And like, no, this system works. Everything's fine. Capitalism, like, everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's like, I just can't get on board with that. And you can see why a lot of people aren't either, but it's like, we are so stuck. It's either, highway to hell or the highway to mediocrity. I don't even know, or highway to fascism.
There are 2 movies coming out. This is the first time this has happened in a while where Hollywood releases 2 movies that are in the same ballpark. And they're both about asteroid impacts.
I saw one of the previews
with Gerard Butler.
Yeah. That was
Yeah,
cool. It was a cool
Greenland.
preview.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks fucking good. Actually, it looks pretty fucking well. Who knows how it's
Well, he's
configured? It
never
look.
really he's in historically horrible movies except for 300.
Yeah,
So I don't
yeah.
trust anything he's in, but the preview looked badass.
Visual effects, like
Oh,
of
yeah.
course, like and just that whole concept of asteroid fragments, like that and there's a fucking asteroid coming right by the Earth, right, like imminently. You know
What's
about
the other
that?
movie?
The other moon is called like uh shit. It's not actually an asteroid. It's like
Oh.
an alien ship that crashes onto Earth like a giant asteroid.
Hmm.
It's a foreign film, I believe. It's called
Oh, okay.
Attraction. Attraction.
Attraction. Oh yeah, Russian.
Yeah. So Russia, America. Gerard Butler was there trying to save the president in last, Olympus Has Fallen or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
So it's just, and there's actually a fucking asteroid. Like they're saying, they say that periodically every other year, whatever.
Yeah.
Like an asteroid might hit Earth, and it's like millions of miles away, but like relatively close. And and there's the whole thing. Like
Yeah, that preview reminded me of. I was gonna say
you know
that
what?
preview reminded me of Melancholia a little bit.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
they're like the reports kept saying like, oh, it'll be a real close pass and everything will be fine. And yeah, in the beginning of that
Mm-mm.
Greenland preview is like, oh yeah, just a few fragments. They're gonna be falling. It'll be
And they're
cool.
like, oh, where is it? And then
Yeah,
they're like, oh shit. I'm like, oh, it
yeah,
hit Florida. Oops.
yeah.
And
Yeah, blew Florida up. Shit.
that's actually
And then
what
all those planes,
Werner.
that shot of all those planes, that was
Yeah.
fucking. I feel
Yeah.
like,
Like, oh shit, where are they going?
yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, there's Werner von Braun, head of the space program, NASA from back in the day. When he talked about his like stages of threats, first it was communism, and then once that threat got exhausted, then it'd be terrorism, rogue states, and stuff like that. But then the next one would be asteroid or comet impact on Earth, something extraterrestrial object.
Yeah.
That because the whole thing is like threats to cause crisis to bring people together, but then like every threat would become exhausted. So then again the final one, of course, would be aliens.
Yeah.
But it's like, I wouldn't be surprised.
No.
It's like anything could fucking happen, but
Yeah, I mean, if the establishment is that threatened, why would they not use everything, right? Even if it looks ridiculous and it doesn't come off right. If their livelihoods and their legends and their bloodlines are all at risk, of course they're gonna do everything they can,
Yeah.
So yeah, you can't rule out anything. You can't rule out them. What they can like attract an asteroid or redirect one to come at Earth.
Well, they have these things called the rods of God that Ronald Reagan put up during the Space Wars, Star Wars program in the 80s, which are just these telephone pole-sized steel rods that they could basically just drop out of the sky at any point, and it would appear like a asteroid, and it would be equivalent of like a nuclear blast, but with no radiation.
And everyone would think it's an asteroid.
Oh wow, where'd that come from? Like
directly.
Yeah.
They can probably wherever they want it, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can target it wherever the fuck they want.
Yeah,
those are actually still up there.
Oh, I believe it. Like at this point, I'll believe any of that shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's always been in the back of my head that the false alien invasion is the final trump card,
Yeah.
And
it's just so funny. His name is Trump, and it's like the Trump card.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they use that? I have to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. We'll pause. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. So I guess the moral of the story here is that life is very short and precious. We are totally distracted by all the things that divide us rather than just seeing how magnificent the fact that life, even that we are life and we're here, the fact that we're alive and breathing is like, couldn't be better. We could all die in a fucking asteroid impact at any time. So like, what the hell? Are you going to run around here spending all their time, supporting a cult leader for whatever cult it is? Or are you going to just start actually believing in yourself and let go of all that shit? Maybe just say, you know what? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
And is this stressing me out? Yes or no? And if the answer is yes, then maybe you should move the fuck away from it.
Yeah. Physically or mentally. I remember, we used to talk about that when we saw people protesting against something. It was like, you're spending all your energy out here promoting something that causes you stress and that you hate. It's like, what a waste of time that is, you know? It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
what if you were out picketing Trump every day for the last year, and then yeah, fucking asteroid comes. It's like, what the fuck is the point,
What
man?
was the
Like,
point of that?
who
Did you get
cares? You
that
didn't.
help?
You
Was that?
literally accomplished nothing
Yeah.
except to, you know, tingle some sort of weird, you know, feeling inside of you that
Mm-hmm.
is like linked with like sex and hate at the same time, and you kind of get a little aroused by being so mad at something so terrible. It's like, okay, that's
Yeah.
cool. You know, the fear porn or whatever you want to call
Mm-hmm.
it. So yeah, man, just, and that's again, like I say, I'm just always happy that we have this this thing between us and this mission that we have that we can always kind of come back to. And you know, if I ever feel like overwhelmed, I'm like, nope, we got Mandala. We got to talk about Mandala, and then we got the next project, and then we got the next project. You know, so it really is a centering kind of therapeutic project to have, or just a mentality to have, because really it just, you know, the craziness of the world kind of motivates me more and more and more. It's like, shit, well, we need to do this, you know, instead of making
Yeah.
me feel more helpless, it makes me feel more, you know, powerful and encouraged. No, it's like we have a purpose and we have a mission, and we need to work on it,
Yeah.
because there might not be a tomorrow, you know. So
Yeah. To be pursuing our passion and celebrating the vision that we have, because that's really what it comes down to. And there's more need for discussions about that. We need to be able to uplift each other when we can. And you know, because life is going to throw curveballs, and there's going to be all sorts of weird shit that's going to happen. And you know, it's, again, it's like we're living in a fucking matrix. This is all a very persistent, like Einstein said it, reality is an illusion, albeit a very persistent illusion.
yeah,
So it's like, doesn't mean that it's not, it's like, is it real, is it not real, is irrelevant. It's
yeah,
irrelevant of whether it's real or not real. The point is like, are you gonna embrace it or not?
yeah,
You
right,
know, like and we're going to be going further into this bandwagon epoch where there's just going to be I'm afraid, not afraid like, oh no, but like, is what it is, like that we're just going to be going into much more of what we're seeing with cult, you know, cult like behavior is going to be a lot more of that going into the future. There's this bandwagon mentality, and in a lot of ways I think it'll be beneficial. I mean, it's just part of the natural evolution where we all start to see each other as one.
mm-hmm.
But then also you're going to have people that exploit that. And now that brings me to this point of have you seen the show Raised by Wolves yet?
No, I haven't.
Have you heard about it?
You might have told me about it, but I'm not sure.
Dude, it is well, probably the coolest science fiction show I've seen like in a long time. Way better than Westworld, I think.
What's what station or what?
It's HBO Max, but I have it on Plex if you want to check it out on
Okay.
there. The first 3 episodes are on there. Without it's essentially, it just takes place in the future after, you know, the world is pretty much destroyed and you have the remainder of humanity looking for a new place to live. And you have these 2 androids that end up raising humans on a distant planet.
Huh.
It's fucking crazy, dude. Like visually, story wise, all the stuff we're talking about is very much implied in there too. It's wild.
Cool. Yeah, need to get on. I'm finishing up Ozark right now, so.
Oh shit! Have you seen the end of that yet?
No, I watched the first season, and then I kind of hit a roadblock, and then I started watching. I'm like 2 or 3 episodes into the second season, so I want to keep that rolling.
Yeah.
And
Oh
finish
my God.
that.
Fucking amazing.
Also while I'm rewatching House of Cards, I think I told you as well. So
Mhm.
it really helps with the Vincelli aspect of Mandala, with how to consciously be very good at manipulating people to get what you want. So
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
and I really like just the 2 dynamics, you know, both in Ozark with the wife and the mom and dad are they're similar to kind of the Underwoods in the respect that they're, you know, do whatever they need to do kind of at all costs, and they're completely open and they're honest and they're malleable, but they're all very driven and they know what they need to do, and they'll do whatever they need to do to get that. So it's kind of a cool
Nice.
parallel watching those
Yeah.
two. But
Totally.
yeah, once I'm done with Ozark, I'll definitely bop over to Raised by Wolves. It sounds very relevant.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man.
So
Should we
did you end up reading Mandala more than once?
Yeah, I read it twice. The first time I did it, I just took like a couple of little side notes, but the second one I did more thorough notes.
Sweet. And is what you sent me, is that a conglomeration of both? Like, did
Yes.
you note that? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Wait, let me grab my iPad.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Go.
So overall, feel like the so there were at least two new scenes in there. Did you feel like, and obviously we'll get to them when we get to them, but did you feel like this kind of flowed well, like where everything is, or how did it feel when you
Yes.
were reading through?
I would say, yeah, I would say for the most part, it flowed really well. The only times that like I had to like think about it a little bit outside of myself a little bit, just because of course there were those like those little parts that were fairly new. So I think they need just a little bit,
Of course, yeah.
polishing in there. So like it took me out of it a little bit at those points because it wasn't, but that's not indicative that it didn't flow. So like, yes, I think it flowed really well. I really like the fact that the way that Chris is now, it really enhances the story a lot.
Cool.
It's just, of course, like, because before he wasn't really much of a character. He had like the resident of Francis Bacon type, like, oh, he was just there to have sex and distract, and
Yeah.
but now he's a much more useful character. And then also, yeah, so yeah, I think it flowed really well. And then also the ending, the way the ending happened, I think that made a big difference. Also the scene with Jeff, yeah, all those things really made it flow a hell of a lot better.
Sweet.
I do believe that.
Do you want to just start kind of going through just right from the beginning here? Or how do you
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I figure instead of maybe reading, I can just scroll through like where the notes
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like that Lily's white? What's that about?
No, I don't know. I just like see. Okay, so yeah. Fucking white people are the bane of all existence, bro. No. I highlighted that. That was like one of the first notes I made, because I don't know. It's good to have it. I didn't cross it out. Like I'm not against it.
Well,
It's just
I mean, the main reason I put that in there is because I say that Jeff is black and I say that Matt's black.
Right.
So I'm like, I can't just name the black people and then everybody else.
No. Like again, like that, and that's the thing too. Like in my mind, like I'm not saying we should even change that. It was just like, is it absolutely necessary to even name all of the races of the people? Like, because we only do that really with Lily, with Matt, and with Jeff.
I do with Vincelli.
Vincelli, like, so yeah,
Hollis,
yeah. Which is like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like I don't know. Like that was like the first. It just
I got you. I got you.
Know what I mean? Like it's
a hard time.
Yeah. It's no big deal. Let's see. So then instead of she smirks, I just put Lily smirks, because there are a few times where it's like she does this and she does this, she does that. And I just thought, like, since that's the first time we're seeing her, it would just putting her name in there.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so then let's see, going back down here. Oh, okay, so now there's the part where Bob is walking down the line past Edward Vincelli. That's the first time we see his name or even see him in the story. Yeah. And it just kind of passes it by. And I was thinking to myself, like, he's doing a show, and like and it's like I'm imagining James Corden now as narrator Bob. Yeah, I feel like he should hint at Vincelli being there, because what does he say? He's like,
he just skips over.
It just skips over him. But I was like, I thought it might be kind of interesting if like Bob like looks into the camera and is like, man, there are some really important people here tonight. Yeah, just kind of subtle, because that was the whole idea, is to subtly hint at it. But I feel like if he's just in passing, it's like he might as well not even be there. That's like, where's Waldo? Like, was he there? Was he not there? And
I get that, and he would know. Narrator Bob would know who Vince. We want, because that'll add more to the Vincelli character. It's like, oh, he's recognized by this guy. So then when Lily recognizes him, it kind of connects that. It's like, oh, he was recognized by two people in the know. So
like I could see narrator Bob like walking and like see Vincelli on his phone and want to go up to him and be like, oh, and then Vincelli's like, oh,
yeah.
just like turns away. He's like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
there's some really important people here tonight, and just like keeps moving on.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. Just kind of a
Okay.
little bit of a spice there.
Yeah.
Good little addition. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so now next note I put was on page 6. What did I put here? People know about my past. Okay, so Lily's line here. It was okay. So from the first one, my plan is to dive back into activism, help bring about real change. I used to be a lot more involved, but things happened. She looks down as they do. I know changing the world is a massive undertaking, and I thought putting like the line I wrote in here, it's like in before the but is
Yeah.
people know about my past, but it's not what people think about me. It's more than that.
Well,
Because it's like it's common. She's already a famous rock star at this point.
yeah.
Like people will know that she had fucking problems. It would have been in Esquire, would have been in the fucking tabloids and everything. So
Right.
there's no hiding that, and she's not into hiding it. And she's also like heading it straight on. It'll be a good way of just it's kind of again planting the seeds, setting it up that she's got this past.
I like that.
Yeah, and it's not about what people think of me. It's more than that, because in the rest of the lines I have an opportunity to do most that don't.
Yeah.
So it's like I just kind of I thought that might be a little
That clarifies it a little bit. It's easy for me to forget what people know and what people don't know about Lily, so
same here.
yeah.
I know that's the thing. Like that's why because even like the first time I read it, like some of these things I didn't even notice because I already knew them in my head.
Yeah.
And just kind of like assumed that like it was just like took the assumption like within but it didn't read right there necessarily.
That's why we need Corey to finish it, Corey.
Some excuse, right? Like having a baby. No good no, not a good excuse. Starts reading Mandala, falls asleep.
Yeah, and both times, right when I texted him to say I sent it, he's like, "I'm already reading it, dude." I'm like, "Cool, great," and then nothing.
Classic, dude. That's hilarious.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, though.
Oh, I didn't write this down, but I mean, I'm pretty sure we've talked about this, but we should like have ourselves in this movie,
Okay.
Like Bill and Ted, like the writers from Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
I part of me was thinking like,
okay, I'm on board with
like
that.
Lenny and Lucas, like there could be like maybe the people that come and serve Vincelli or so. I don't know. Maybe there could be a point in here where it's just like,
okay,
very briefly, not even like introduced characters, just
No.
assistant 1 and assistant 2 or some shit.
And then we could be at the final show too.
Yeah,
maybe we could be at the fabric show, and we could
Mm-hmm.
be at the last show too, and then maybe one other weird place in between, like maybe we're at the bar when she's having her breakdown or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I like what you're saying though, just to kind of because we've been in the world for so long. I think we deserve to be in the world when we actually create it. So
yeah,
like
absolutely. That. And they did it with Bill and Ted. Like I didn't realize that those guys were the writers, so that makes
and I feel like there's been a lot of shows or movies where the writers have been in it.
Yeah. Oh,
Aaron,
of course.
Aaron Sorkin's put himself in a couple. Obviously, Tarantino loves doing that shit. Hitchcock would be in all of his movies.
M. Night Shyamalan.
M. Night Shyamalan, yeah. There's this one movie called Braveheart.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's definitely.
But I like that idea. I'll marinate on that, and you can too if you get any. Little, even if there's no words or anything, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, if they're.
Yeah, there's places throughout the script where I'm like, oh, that could be us.
Yeah,
like we could turn that guy into us, and then maybe it's like Lenny and Lucas. Like we could be Lenny and Lucas, bring them back. But Lucas is fucking Vincelli's nephew or whatever. Like that's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, I think they both are.
Yeah, right. Yeah, his wacky nephews. Let's see. Okay, moving on. Okay, so now I'm on page 8.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bob, fuck yeah, montage. Members of the Fab are playing smaller venues. Oh, okay. So there was I think it was a typo thing. We see them meeting celebrities and at the White House shaking hands with the president. I just thought the word appearing in there. We see them meeting celebrities and appearing at the White House shaking hands with the president.
Yeah.
And then the next part, the Hall of 500 fans go dark. They all go mad. Vincelli stands in the back. What I wrote in here is they all go mad, all the while was it? Oh yeah, it's like the fans go mad all the while a patient-mannered Vincelli stands in the back.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's like everyone's going nuts, and then it's just like we see Vincelli standing there pretty calm, just like, kind of amidst everyone going crazy,
Yeah.
just hinting, saying how he's patient, like
He's,
patient
he has
Vincelli.
he has a different intention than they do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And again, it's like we've been building. It's like this. That's one of the things I really like about this draft too, is the way that we slowly introduce Vincelli to the point, so that when he appears, it's like we already have been subconsciously prepared to deal with this guy.
Yeah.
It's not like this fucking C parts and all of it's like, whoa, Matt Damon's here. What the fuck? Like, yeah, it's like we'll already be inoculated, have the antibodies to receive Matt Damon properly. Okay, so let's see here. Interior concert hall, side stage. Lily and Jeff stand next to each other, awaiting their cue. She's emotional. I also wanted to put in, like, because emotional could be a little bit vague. I thought just like in terms of of course the actors are going to bring everything, but just for the reader, I thought adding reluctant and afraid, or one or maybe both of those words, just because that's part of her thing. And he can sense it. Okay, so then there's this thing on the first time I read it, it's hilarious because I did not expect this. I knew you had said like there's something in the script. I want to hear what you think about it. And when I read this, I knew you were talking about the tattoo. I literally laughed out loud.
Yeah,
which was
it
great.
is absurd. It is absurd. I knew that.
It is. I laughed out loud. Like, that's good. Like, and then like when I started thinking about it, like it's kind of gross, but at the same time, like it's good because it's part of Jeff's character. It's wacky. It's like the first time we're really hearing him speak live in person, because the other one's the montage, the video montage. And there, it's like we're seeing Bob like in Jeff in his first candid moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a thing that's like, it's almost like, it's like not a start. Like, I'm trying to find the right word. It's not startling, but it like takes you out of it for a second, not out of the story, but it kind of like punctuates the vibe. And I think that's obviously what you were going for right there, because she's afraid. She's like, and then he comes in and he's like, says this shit to her and like snaps her right out of it.
Right.
And then which later on comes back. And then after Jeff dies, and even at the end of the thing, when she's going on stage, there's that pressure relief valve that is already being released. So at first I was like, I don't know, maybe we should change, like, and like part of me thinks like, is there another way to do that? But then at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I think it works. I mean, I think it's kind of like, it's funny for his character,
At the very least, it could be a placeholder of the emotion, or the action that we want. Like you said, punctuating just puncturing the environment and changing, a classic moment of a best friend knowing exactly what he needs to do to cheer up his best friend. Like that's the only like he knows what he needs to accomplish, and this is just how he's accomplishing it.
Yeah, or and the other thing that I thought, I didn't write this down in here, but just like something that could just at least resolve my little like unsure feeling about it is when Jeff does the thing. It's like, something sucks, eat it ass. Something's awesome, eat it. Does that thing, and then she, and then she just goes, "You're right, Jeff." If she was just like, "You're right, that's gross, but you're right, Jeff," like it's a little weird, but you're right. Like if she just like kind of, because essentially that's that moment where like he does this all the time throughout the script. He says something and like ridiculous, and then she punches him in the shoulder.
Yeah.
So this is like that moment, but she needed that. So she's not going to punch him in the shoulder, but she could verbally like punch him in the shoulder a little bit, like, Jeff, that's gross, but you're right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Just keep that in mind for, it could be 3 different letters. It could be a different symbol. It could just be, but I like that if it's something regarding something like a tattoo on her, that won't change. That'll be there the whole movie, that we could always reference. That was the big intention. And like I told you, I just had people reference it so many times that I'm just like, that'd be a great. So it can become 3 different letters altogether, and we can make it something more relatable to the movie, and even have some other subcontext, because eating ass doesn't really necessarily is not a subtext of Mandala.
No.
But
it can be.
It can be.
if you want to fuck Hollywood in the ass.
Yeah. You got to
I
eat
want
it
to
first.
eat it first.
You got to eat it. You got to lube it up.
Which also reminds me, I didn't write this into the notes, but I remembered it, like, because we were talking about the tattoos and everything, and I wanted to have like I wanted to have her have the Enki tat. Not maybe either she has the Enki tattoo, or I was thinking maybe Matt has the Enki tattoo,
Okay.
because Enki is one of the the Sumerian gods or whatever, and Lilith and all that mythology shit. It could be like another little opportunity for like, I don't know if like it's necessary. Like that's why I didn't write it down, because like I thought of it at this point, and like I didn't, there wasn't any points where I'm like, oh, you can add that there. It's totally unnecessary, but it was just something I thought of. There might be a time, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, that's good. That's good. I like all that. Okay, so then where was this? I think it was when I was with Mayor a couple of weeks ago at his house, and we were talking about we were talking about sound, and like there's a term called diegetic sound, which is the term for that. That's when like sound is happening in the movie by sources from within the story.
Like a
practical sound, like yeah. And then non-diegetic sound is like the score of the movie.
Okay.
I just wrote that down because I thought that's interesting, because there's that. I mean, it's kind of like one of those weird moments that happens throughout when the ominous tone seeps in, and we're not sure if it's like I guess in this way, it's like we can't tell if it's diegetic or non-diegetic.
Yeah.
But like I don't want to change that. I just thought that was interesting because that like there's a term for that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so let's see, going through. Okay.
Yeah, I like that note. This coming note too.
Yeah, they really love you.
Oh no, where are you?
Wait,
no.
Yeah, there was okay. So there was one. I mean, some of these things like I'm not attached to. Like it just as I was reading it, like I was
like the
reading.
flow of it.
Yeah, the flow of it. Like, but then again, it's like sometimes that doesn't matter because it's the actors will say things and will make it work. So some of these things could be totally overlooked.
Right.
But just I don't know the way I was flowing in that. It's like they enter in a private empty bar, they sit at a table, they really love you. Or they really do love you. I don't know. It's the same. It's totally like choice thing.
Of course. I was watching I think I told you I had a bunch of VHSs.
Yeah.
A lot of VHS, and I was looking up behind the scenes with Dom DeLuise and Donald Blythe, and Dom DeLuise does a couple of the voices in Rescuers Down Under, I think, and Five Goes West. And, and then in The Secret of Nim, he plays
the Crow, Jeremy.
Oh, Jeremy, exactly. And they're going over a line.
Sparkly.
It's he's just incredible. He's one of the best voice actors of all time, I think. But he's going over a line, and I'm not sure if it was just for the camera, but it seemed like it was the first time they were talking about it. And he was like, okay, so when I get to this part, is this how you want me to do it? It's like he's starting to get allergic. He's like allergic to cats. He's like starts to talk, and before he gets to that line, he's like, yeah, and then I want you to start kind of getting before I get to this line, and he's being like, you know what, the audience isn't going to know what I'm doing until I get to the line where I say I'm allergic to cats. So he's like, he does it Donald Blythe's way, where he's like, I'm a here, and then I'm allergic to cats, and then I'm allergic to cats, and then he's like, now let me do it my way, and he goes do, and I'm allergic to cat, and I'm allergic to cat, and then Donald Blythe's like, yeah, your way is way better. Yeah. So like just him, like you said, letting the actor kind of feel the beats of it. They get their own rhythm of the character, and they could be like, I don't think Vincelli would say it this way, and especially within the beats of the script. Yeah. I think a little bit of word like do or not having that in there could kind of
could affect the thing, and that exactly, and like that's some of those like throughout the notes I took. There are going to be times where like little things like that happen, but I am not necessarily always attached to them for that exact reason.
Right, but it's good that it's something poked at you right there.
Yeah, something poked at me. Yeah. I don't know.
So that's good to know. Yeah, but the next note I really like. I never even thought about that before, but I like that a lot.
Yeah,
really acknowledging Barnhart. What do you have in mind?
So, and this would be the first time that like his name I think shows up.
Yeah.
Because the first time his name I think shows up at this point is at the very end when he like gets off the helicopter. It's like, this is James Barnhart. I think that's.
Well, this is. I mean, Yeah, he's not shown or anything, but
No, but like introduced formally in the
yeah,
script.
referenced. Yeah, yeah.
Referenced.
In the real world.
So
Yeah.
what I was thinking is initially putting myself in Lily's shoes, I'm looking at Barnhart as sort of like Jeff Bezos meets Willy Wonka or something, like
Right.
this fucking guy you'd never seen before, or you see him and it's very vague, and he's a, like the guy from Contact,
Yeah, right.
the
Yeah, yeah. More, I
John
think more
Hurt,
like the guy like him because he's more
more
of a
like that.
character.
But then again, like I feel like Lily could say something. Yeah, like don't get Jeff started on Barnhart. Got all sorts. He's got all sorts of theories. Got all sorts of theories about that guy's really up to. And then Vincelli could be just like, you don't even want to know. something like that.
Yeah, I like that in referencing Jeff too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, because he motherfucking has him killed indirectly. Yeah, so it's like, I'll get right. Yeah, it's a reclusive CEO billionaire. It's like, oh yeah, James Barnhart.
Yeah.
It's like we don't like to refer to it by name. It's like oh, James Barnhart. Yeah, I know James Barnhart. Yeah, it's like I don't think anybody knows. It's like there. Yeah, she just mentions him right there, and then it's like.
Yeah, I like that.
And
adds more of a makes it more of a personal thing as well.
Yeah, and this could be a very subtle thing that the actor will do, maybe not in the script, but just like instantly Vincelli just like pivots back to the what he says next, which is like, oh, film, TV, Broadway, you name it. We've done everything. Okay. Oh, I highlighted iPad here because I don't know if you know this, but Apple has this thing. This is totally doesn't have to be a change in the script. I just thought this is interesting to bring up. Apple has a contract, like when movies and TV shows use cell phones and stuff like that, they will not license their phones or technology to be used by characters who are the villains or bad guys in stories. Anytime you watch a fucking movie or a TV show and there's a bad guy using a phone, look what kind of phone it is. It's always an Android phone. That's never an iPhone. So that's like kind of interesting.
Smart marketing. Well, we could convince them that Vincelli's a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like that. There's a couple other points where I want Pepsi to be in there, but we'll get to that. Yeah, and like that's like another little thing. It's like, oh yeah, Pepsi's gonna be sponsoring this movie. Pepsi, the official drink of Mandala. Drink this. Okay, so let's see, page 11.
I could be a Pepsi spokesman. That could be my character in the movie.
Yeah,
I could be the waiter. I could be the waiter in the
waiter. Yes, waiter. Sure, can I get you? It's like, let me get a Coke. Sorry, we only have Pepsi. Yeah. All right, I'll have Pepsi.
Yeah.
It's like, you sure you don't want a Pepsi? Something like that. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so page 11, she hands the iPad back to Vincelli with a. Okay, so when she says when it's almost blushing here, I think at this point it's like that didn't feel natural to me, because at this point she's not even considering doing this. And she's got people coming up to her all the time, I'm sure, that are like, "Oh, you're the best. We love you. Oh, can you do this?" It's like she sees him. It's like a suit. That's why, like, when Jeff later is like, "What'd the suit have to say?" She's already got like a defense wall up about it. So it's like, instead of almost blushing, it's like hands it back with a skeptical look in her eye. And then it makes the whole thing when she says, "Wow, thanks. That means a lot." It almost can be a little bit more like, dismissive and sarcastic.
Yeah. That makes
is good.
And that makes more sense to how she's like responds to him. I got a cool idea about, changing your name. And then she could still be like, yeah, like, that's interesting. Like you didn't expect that, but I'm still like, okay, that's kind of bizarre that you're even doing that, but okay. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm on board with it.
All right. Hold on one sec. I got to grab a tissue.
Yeah.
I was looking at that before. What the heck is that?
I don't even know. It's
Sense 8 or something?
No, Away.
Away. No. Never heard of that.
They just had a presentation on a bunch of satellites, it looked like.
That was the shit, dude. When my dad was like out of nowhere, he's just like, Alex, you know they are launching thousands of fucking satellites right now, and I'm like, you don't even know, man.
What do you think they're for, Dad? Jeez, it's for
You think they're for?
Mandala.
Yeah, it's like fucking Elon Musk and Starlink and shit.
It's all marketing for Mandala.
That's what it's right. So they're doing a really good job. Very little effort we have to put in, very little money at this point, which is good.
Yeah.
We are the secret billionaires.
Yes, we just don't have the money.
Yes, not yet. But we do have the money.
Yeah.
We are not they we are
Someone's holding on to
they're
it.
yeah.
They're holding on to it for us.
We're all, yeah, exactly.
Like George Carlin says, I'm more famous than the Pope, just nobody knows it.
Right, exactly.
We're more rich than everybody, but we don't have the money yet.
Yeah, not yet. We haven't synchronized with that with those will do for sure's yet.
Exactly.
All
right.
All right, so let's see here. Going down the page. Okay, so page 12 was it here? What did I write here? Lily
already had. Oh, that she's already famous. Already.
Yeah. He's like, you're gonna. It's like you're gonna be the biggest rock star on the planet. Just imagine like what you can do. And she should just be like, listen, I'm already a fucking rock star. Like it's like what are you gonna give me? I already have that. Like I don't know the exact wording, but it's like.
Yeah, like she thinks she's already at. Like we've talked about, she thinks she's at the top.
Yeah, she thinks she's at the top.
They're at the top, and he's got to be like, "Oh, you think this is the top?" That's not insulting, but like, sorry, honey, this is not the top. Like something maybe even a little bit derogatory in that way.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that could be a little. And
elitist.
Like, yes, yeah. Again, hinting at it, and that almost. And then, because then what happens is like the next, it's like he comes off like really strong right there, like, oh yeah, you think this is the top, blah blah blah, and then and then she like retracts a little bit, like, psh, yeah, you would say that, like you're a fucking suit, like she didn't have to say that, but she has that look in her eye, and then he realizes, and then he's just like, oh man, I'm coming on too strong, I'm so sorry, blah blah blah, just wanted to come and lie to you about being an alcoholic. I'm gonna go get a drink.
Ooh, how do you feel about just a little thing just popped into my head. At some point we see either when Vincelli's in line, maybe that would be too much right away, but maybe when we see him standing in the back of the auditorium, we see him like spray like a breath freshener in his mouth, in preparation to go talk to her later, because he's
oh yeah, that could be good.
That's a real subtle thing. I feel like that's a thing that alcoholics could do, as a
I like that.
Breath freshener or something like that.
I like that. And we don't, and it has nothing, it's just a very subtle action that will, because again, it's like, that's the thing too, at the end I really liked is like when Vincelli comes clean about being an alcoholic. Meanwhile, like I want to get to the note later on that like I think would be really cool for that. But it's like he comes clean. It's like his soft disclosure. He's like, all right, let me tell you the truth. I'm really an alcoholic, or I really am not in AA. And like, listen, you could trust me. I'm telling you the truth now. And it's like, meanwhile, Lily knows like he is fucking up to no good. And like watching him like come clean about something that's like seemed to be like a big deal. It's just one of those like weird little like plot devices I like. So yeah, setting that up. Yeah, with the breath spray.
Yeah.
With like it's got like adrenochrome in it.
Yeah. And it's something that maybe a perceived, before someone's going to come hit on you, like a creepy guy like Vincelli.
Yeah. And Vincelli would probably does that with all the bitches he'd meet too,
Yeah. Yeah. And we can talk about that more. So far, I only put in one little instance of him watching his like assistant walk away, of it being creepy. Mm-hmm. I haven't really added. Mm-hmm. There's at least 2 or 3 more times probably I could throw that in there, but we can talk about that too.
Well, even the fucking lawsuit thing, like that, I think that says it all right there.
Yeah.
It's like, especially in that moment when he's sitting in the trailer by himself looking over the paperwork, and it's just like, you see it in his face. Like, you're like, okay, I get it. This fucking guy is a creep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, moving on.
All right, let's see. Moving on. 13, 14. Okay. Okay, so the other bandmates exit after temporary goodbyes. Lily plop down the couch. Jeff takes a deep breath. Oh, I didn't notice it there, but breath has an E at the end of it.
Breathe.
Takes a deep. Oh
Breathe.
yeah, takes a deep breath. That's correct.
Yeah.
There are other times where it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That just reminded me of that.
Yeah, spell check won't get that.
Yeah, they'll get better. So as it plays walk, okay, a TV on the wall plays the news talking about satellites, and I feel like Jeff's like watching that, like it's like we see the TV with the satellites launch, it cuts back to Jeff, and he's just like, and like it's like because he's already like went on a rant about the satellites, so just that'll lock in the thing with the satellites, and he's just like, really, and then looks to Lily and just like, well, okay,
and I like that. That's also like I like him acknowledging it too, because then it's also kind of letting the audience know that, yeah, he's kind of out there, but he's also not making it up. Like they're literally showing satellites.
Yeah.
And he's talking about that. It's not like he's completely making it up. So it's just a confirmation that like, yeah, he's a little out there, but he's not wrong really, you know? So it kind of built his credence a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
His street cred. Like, okay, he's crazy, but they are talking about satellites. So
yeah. He's not fully. There's really nothing he says in here that's like full on tinfoil hat, but like that's the idea too. Is like, you know, a lot of these conspiracies and stuff like that are legitimate things, and we just dismiss people when they talk about things like that because like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theory. Okay, here we go. Here comes Jeff again. It's like, no, I'm fucking telling you, like, just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean it's not real.
Yeah, because you got triggered by a word.
Got triggered. You got triggered by satellites, Dave. How about that part in Bill and Ted when they're fucking standing at the gates of hell with Dennis? Like, oh man, where do we go? I don't know, man. I don't know. And then Dennis is like, yeah, I don't know, man. Just like trying to play along with them. Oh my god, yeah, I don't know, dude. Is this going?
He just wanted to be accepted.
When you said
like everybody else.
When you said let's rock, it made me want to rock. That's really cool. No one just gets to rock. You have to earn the right to rock. Let's see.
We're at 16 here?
Yes. Okay, so what the fuck did I do here? Okay. Okay, so missing a lot. Okay, so let me go. So, man, it's all right. I just wanted to wish you luck. See how you're doing. Oh, yeah, it's when she's talking to the pro. Oh, okay. So instead of, it's like, wait, let me go back and read this just to get the context. It's like, yes, you do. Wish you could have been there. Me too. Sorry, I missed you earlier. It's all right. I just wanted to wish you luck and see how you're doing. You sound good. Thanks. I feel good. But, you know, I've missed her a lot lately. Me too. You're strong. Maybe it's like, and she doesn't really mention anything about liquid crystal at this point. I'm like, now that I'm like reading this, like I maybe doesn't need to be like that. But part of me, when I was initially reading it, like one of the things like she vocalizes subtly to the president or to Mr. To Bacon, the man here, is like she's about to. It's like she already made her decision at this point. She's going to liquid crystal.
Yeah, in an earlier draft, she does say like something along the lines, "Oh, and there might be this other development happening,
right?
But I'll let you know about that later." And then she kind of looks at Jeff,
right?
At her like, "What the hell was that?" So for some reason, I took that out of there. I'm not really sure why I did, but yeah, that was in there.
Yeah, like I wrote here maybe instead. I don't think maybe instead because that's important to talk about the.
Yeah, but I've always felt like this is a little forced, like. Oh, but I'm just so
about, yeah, it's almost like
we do need to, I think, establish some sort of connection. Like, oh, there's a person. That's
well, there is. I mean, we see her picture on the phone,
right,
and then we see the picture on the nightstand.
Yeah.
But let me see. It's like.
Yeah, maybe I could put that line back in there about, oh yeah, and there might be another development happening. I'll let you know. Just a hint.
Right. Yeah, it's like, let me see here. It's like, I just want to wish you luck. Thanks. Instead, like maybe in that line where it's like, thanks, I feel good, but but I'm missing her a lot lately. There could be like just a place to insert it somewhere in there, just like a brief.
And maybe less than like I miss her, and maybe it could just be like, well, you know what Melissa would say, or something really,
Yes, yeah, and
something just really
mhm.
more just simpler, and or Melissa would be proud of you, or something, like that, or instead of being like sappy.
Yeah, just like
It's also
Melissa would want you to. Yeah, Melissa
yeah,
would want.
yeah.
Yeah,
Want you to
she
keep
could.
going.
Yeah, and another thing, it's like she could be just like in her mind, like when she's talking to him, she's still kind of like mulling over, like the decision, like in her mind, like she already kind of made the decision, but she's still a little kind of unsure about it, and she could like hint at like, there's this thing coming up. I'm not sure if I want to do it, and then he could be like, well, what does your heart tell you? Something like, well, I know, like I don't know. There
Yeah,
could be something in there to tie it in. I like what you said though. It doesn't have to be as much like, you know, um, because she died a while ago, so that
yeah,
and I feel like Lily is trying to do her best not to think about it,
right.
which is why she like anytime anything remotely emotional comes up, she grabs her notebook to like express it and to vent it out, so she
Yeah,
doesn't have to like be consumed by it. But
right.
yeah, okay, so
Okay.
something in there.
Yeah, yeah. That makes more sense.
Okay, let's see. Next page at 17. Oh yeah, so like Jeff, it's like when he's like, "Your life is ridiculous." Shit, if I can call a president right now, I'd be like, "No more fucking satellites, bro."
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
It's like another like because
That's
we had
another.
talked about it's like if it's like man, if I could fucking call the president right now, because it's like he's also really snowed.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
this is like a moment for comic relief a little bit. Again, like that was the other reason why I wrote like more like I wanted to make a mental note going forward because when I read it the first time, there's like satellite like sprinkles of satellite stuff like even when the satellites go up and like at the end the satellites, it's like I felt like there needed to be a little bit more like entanglement with the characters talking. Like I just needed a little bit more, felt like I
Okay.
wanted a little bit more mention of the satellites,
Right.
because the way it kind of felt the first time I read it, I'm like, yeah, you know what, I could see somebody reading this and be like, you could just get rid of the satellites, it wouldn't make a difference,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
you know.
Yep, that makes sense. And yeah, bringing
I
them.
mean, it visually in like on a big level, of course, it shows you that there's this like some fucking space technology shit going on. This is bigger than we think it is. So visually, it has that. But then again, it has all a more of a connection to Jeff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
Jeff and the satellites is one of those things. So that like later on, like even when Jeff dies and we see the satellite launch, it's like that's kind of a clue. That's a big clue to Lilith. Like, holy shit, he was right.
yeah, yeah.
So that was I thought it's just like
Yeah,
another thing.
I like
Like
that.
I'm yeah.
And that also bookends that scene of
Mm-hmm.
Jeff in the beginning acknowledging satellites, and then Jeff at the end with the sat, and it just kind of makes it more of a
Yes.
complete thing. I like that.
Yeah. Cool. Shit, man. If I can call the president right now, I'd be like, no more fucking satellites. He's like, lay off of the satellites, bro. It's like in a cloud of fucking smoke, like fucking
And then she just then she could maybe like just
like
look at it,
like
giggle.
while she's on the phone with him, he's just getting high watching the video of like the satellite coverage, and he's just like, "This is fucking bullshit, man. It's fucking
Maybe you could even
satellite."
yell that too, like when
It's like, ask
hang
him
up on
about
him,
the
like
fucking
hey,
satellite.
yeah,
Yeah, what does he say about the satellites? Like she could be trying to get his attention. He could be trying to get her attention, like at the very end of the call, like, hey, Lil, Lil, and she's like, shut up, like, because at that point we still don't know he's the president until like she hangs up.
yeah.
So he'd be like, hey, and then like hangs up, and then the president comes up, and then when we see them, it's like, it's just like, yeah, your life is ridiculous.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he doesn't know that she's calling. She's calling him until the very end, and then he's like, "Wait, did you call the president?" So
yeah,
maybe we could see him figuring it out.
yeah,
When she's on the phone. He's like, "Wait a minute, who's she talking to?" And then seeing the thing and be like, "Oh, hey, is that? Tell
yeah. Like imagine that opportunity. Like if like we had a friend in the house in college, like when we were going through all the
yeah,
conspiracies, that could just like be on the phone with the president any given time, be like, yo, ask him about fucking 9/11. Like, what did he say? Like, if you ask
yeah."
him, like, it's just like, and Lily's like, no. Like,
That reminds me of when Jeremy was roommates with Assis, and
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
he was Megan Fox's like personal assistant. Like he said, he heard
Right.
a couple of times like him doing a video chat with Megan Fox, like just in the other room, like
Yeah,
just, and that's
exactly.
just kind of that, like,
Hmm.
wait, what? Megan Fox
Yeah,
is in the other room?
right. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah, like no more fucking satellites, bro.
I like that a lot. Yeah,
All
that'd be
right, cool.
that adds a whole
Um,
new layer to that scene because otherwise Jeff was just kind of sitting there, doing nothing.
yeah, yeah, right. So it's just like he's sitting there getting really baked watching satellite coverage, just like literally from Cabin in the Woods, where he's just like
Yeah.
fucking puppeteers, man. Like the fucking puppeteers do a puppet dance. I'm gonna go get some Pop Tarts. I'm gonna go read a book with pictures in it. That guy. He's kind of like Jeff a little bit. I mean,
Yeah,
he's a lot like
definitely.
he's a lot like Jeff.
Yeah.
um, okay.
Yeah, I
Let's
like that a
see.
lot.
Okay, so the next thing here is at page 18. Okay, so I was thinking for that first presidential bacon speech, President Bacon little blurb right there. I feel like you could just cut it off after. I assure you, it's no different than your average flu, and then just have action text of like pretty much like describing all of that stuff that's happening. Like we're seeing montage of sick people and scientists, people wearing start to wearing masks, like like we see a hospital with a line out the side of the hospital or something, because essentially it's like
Okay,
I
hold
just I yeah yeah
on. All right, I'm sorry. Can you
no
start over?
yeah can you start over can you mind
Rewind
okay,
it back.
so President Bacon's monologue here, it's his
Mhm.
first like time we're hearing him talk as the president. I was thinking it's like all we need to really hear. We could only have to really hear him say, like we see him, I would like to briefly speak about the flu going around. It's swine flu. I assure you, it's no different than your average flu. Instead of hearing him do like a whole talk right there, like it's just part of like the next thing would just be an action text with a montage of seeing sick people and scientists, people wearing masks as news anchors discuss the situation. Because
Well,
this is like,
yeah, I agree with seeing more visuals, but at that point, we the audience and everybody thinks it's a normal. Like we want to show that it's a normal flu. So I think showing a bunch of
oh
sick
right,
people
yeah,
would
maybe
kind of
not that
would
bad, right,
suggest that it's
right,
more intense than it is.
right. So
But I
then
see what you're saying. Just having visuals. I
even
don't know.
just like my I guess my real point here is that just I feel like we don't have to have as big of a blob of him talking.
Okay, yeah,
We can have like essentially that part and then just some action text to
yeah,
complement what it is, because what it is we're seeing. Like, I mean, essentially he could be saying all those things, but we're seeing other stuff. I don't know. It just
yeah. I just don't want it to be too like he's just lying or something. I don't
no,
want to
of
be
course.
showing the opposite of what he's saying.
No, of course. And that, like, I mean, essentially, like, because the news anchor comes on, it's like, what he failed to mention was a stop in the
Mm-hmm.
economy and a larger, and it's just like, President, this, I imagine this is, she's watching like the news. She's like watching CNN or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And, we're kind of coming in to hear President Bacon in the middle of him already talking here. And when he says, I assure you it's no different than it's like, despite what news outlets are saying, numbers are up this year, everything's usual. I mean, you could even cut it after that. I just feel like it could be shortened just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No
It's like
problem.
you could actually cut it probably like, everything is as usual.
Yeah.
Like the whole take precautions and all that stuff on your vaccines. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's part of me had I just had the intention going into this. I wanted, like, during the news scenes and the presidential scenes, I just wanted to see if there's any way that we can, somehow shorten some of the text, like the actual dialogue, because they're not like a plot beat, a story characters.
Right.
Like having like a long thing of the president, it's not that long, but like having a thing of the president in the middle, it's like we want to get moving along into
I agree. Yeah. hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll come up with something there.
Yeah, just
Make it flow a
something,
little bit better.
ultimately just like a segue visual into the news anchor.
Yeah. That
It's
was
like, what do you
also another a note I wrote to myself, just better transitions and
Mhm.
segues for every scene and every little thing, just to help the flow with it. I always
Mhm.
remember Vince Toto, he was obviously he's a camera guy, more than anything. So he said he would always look at the scene transitions to see how he could go. That was the first thing he'd look at, the end of the scene and the beginning of a scene, and see how he could weave them together visually. And I think I need to do better
Yeah.
at that with just in the writing, just kind of making things seem like they're going down a stream and not like we're bouncing back and forth. Like we really want it to be, because like I just watched The Firm for the first time, and that's a thriller.
Oh
Have
yeah.
you seen
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
I've never actually watched it all the
With
way
Tom
through.
Cruise, right?
Yeah, it's very good.
It
But
is.
it does really well at like the thriller. You have to have the good flow and the good build. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
so
No,
like
I agree.
everything builds on everything else. So if you kind of miss a step, you kind of lose your momentum. And we don't want to do that. We want to keep the momentum going. So that's one thing I'm going to try to focus on this next round is smoothing out transitions just between everything, just to make everything seem a little bit more like, all right,
Great.
here we go. We're going,
Cool.
we're going, here we're going. Even if it's something different,
Yes.
it's still part of
Nice.
the same thing. And once
Yes.
you see Tenet, that's just a fucking roller coaster, dude. You hop on and you
I
never
bet it
get
is.
off. So they do a very good job. A lot of it's in the music, and obviously the pacing. Christopher Nolan's always got the this
Yeah.
fucking never stops. But
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta keep that in mind a little bit more here.
hmm
Cool,
And
yeah,
also just like the objective reality of this is that we're inside the limousine and they're they're on their way to the thing.
right.
It's like I she's on her phone looking at something and we just transition. It's like it's a segue scene. Just
Yeah.
like we're planting some seeds here.
Yes.
Um,
Sure.
Wait, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Isabel. I don't know why, but my HBO every now and then just like turns off. Isabel, relax. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones it is.
Game of Thrones it is.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, so I think skip ahead to like page 23, I think. That's the next
Yeah.
note. Where we meet Chris.
Yes.
Kit.
Okay, so yeah, Kit.
Christopher
Like
Kit.
you two, Lily, it's been a while. You two know each other. We worked together on President Bacon's campaign. I feel like just an action line in there. I thought it's just like Lily's ecstatic to see him because I really like this. I was a surprise to me when I read it the first time. I didn't know that you were going to do that, and I really like it that she knew him previously.
Yeah, it just felt
originally
right.
I think we talked about just like in the backstory, like he worked on the campaign, but the fact that they knew each other, that really it's like, oh, we trust this guy, and she trusts him, so
yeah, just I like because seeing when us as the audience seeing her see him, we're like, oh, this is a safe person because she hugs him, opens up to him right away, and then I really like the idea of Vincelli kind of being like, oh, you guys know each other? I had no idea.
Wow, what a coincidence. No way. Really?
But then
yeah,
also,
like,
okay, so that also kind of goes into when Vincelli interviews Chris and he tells him that he needs to look after Lily, and Chris will inevitably say, well, yeah, I already know her. But then when he meets her here, Vincelli says, I didn't know you guys knew each other. That doesn't really make sense. Because then Chris knows that Vincelli's lying. So is Chris okay with Vincelli lying there, or because I don't know,
that's a good point. That's a good
created
point.
a new problem in that,
yeah, right. Let me think.
Or he could say, I forgot. Maybe Vincelli could be like, oh yeah, I forgot. Chris told me that.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah, something in the same vein of just being dismissive of like, oh wow, okay, oh yeah, I forgot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Like, cause it's like, oh man, I've been so busy with everything, I totally forgot to mention. Oh yeah, maybe he knew and just forgot to mention it to her.
Uh-huh. Okay, but I'm glad that you like that they
Oh,
knew each
I definitely like that.
other. They
That's
definitely have
great.
a rapport already. That
Yeah,
just adds so much to it and does a lot of the legwork for us.
yeah.
Like
Mm-hmm.
they have a previous connection when they were doing something they were both passionate about,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So they're already like starting off on a good foot there.
Yes, yes. And like before, when Vincelli was trying to swoon Lily into like joining Liquid Crystal, and she was like, oh, when she starts to blush, like when it's like just take that and put it here. Like when she
Hmm.
sees Chris, she's immediately just like, ooh, it's Chris. I remember
Yeah,
Chris. He's got great abs.
yeah, and that's I mean, and I think at some point that might have even been the point when Uncle Bruce wrote it initially. All the her or in the first drafts that we had, like all of everything kind of washes away. You know, all of her when it was way more suspicious and people had signs and there were
Oh
lights
yeah.
and she was like, "What's going on?" And then all of a sudden she meets Chris or
Mm.
Christy.
Christy.
You know, that was when it was like, oh, all of everything washed away and she felt safe and
Yeah,
comfortable. And now that's actually what the moment actually is now,
it
except
is.
there's a lot less hesitation. But now when she sees Chris, she's like, oh, like another ally basically, or
Yeah.
another safe person and
Yep. Yep. And
comfortable.
it's way more personal and less like on the nose of knocking you over the head with
Yeah.
like, we're fucking programming you right now. Look. Yeah.
And last time they saw each other, Lily was with Melissa, so there was no possibility for like romantic
Right.
anything to happen. So maybe now it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like, oh, like it's a little different
Oh
now.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
always had a little bit of a flirty thing,
Mm-hmm.
but we were never
Mm-hmm.
allowed to act on it because
Right.
Chris was probably dating somebody else at the same time, you
Yeah.
know.
His dance mentor,
Yeah, yeah,
the
his
cougar that got him hooked on drugs.
exactly.
That's who he was with. And it's interesting because they both have a similar kind of past relationship thing. They both have a similar wound, but obviously fucking
Yeah, and that's when we get to the dinner scene. There's more. I just feel like
yeah, yeah,
there's
yeah.
more. There's so much more potential there. But
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I like that note where we see that she's actually like, wow, yeah, Chris, fuck, I love this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Cool.
All right, and then what?
Okay, so let's see.
Cross
Next
off.
is 24.
I never,
That was another one of those things like, the word I
just
could
never would have
maybe,
guessed.
yeah, never would have guessed. Not sure about that. Lily,
Mhm.
never would have guessed, whatever. It's like could stay. Also, the other reason why I did that because each one of these three
I,
lines start.
I, I,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I never would have guessed. I'll take the compliment.
yeah.
Um,
Yep, I hear
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Rhythmically, poetically,
mm-hmm,
prose. Yeah,
yeah, all that stuff.
we're
Uh, okay, let's see, 28, 20. I know,
flowing. All
20.
right, some good
Yeah,
pages here.
yeah,
All right.
25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay.
Jeff,
What?
Jeff's investigating.
Oh, okay. So this was something now I wanted to talk with you about, just in terms of the way this read to me, because it generally in the screenplay, as you know, it's like we're in the first person, like we're in the present moment, moving through like
Mhm.
the course of time. And the way this reads right now, it's like, okay, so Jeff wanders into the lighting console, which visually resembles blah blah blah, the spaceship.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very high tech. And then he's like, And it's like he follows the cable and discovers a second lighting console. And then it's like the small, relatively inconspicuous console was manned by tall. Then we're adding Dr. Burgess in there.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And then it's
Yeah.
like, and then so it's like he's already moving on to the next console, but then in the action, it's like, but yeah, there was the other one.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? So the way I thought to fix that after, was that he notices essentially two crews, and then the last was like the two groups interact like oil and water.
Yeah.
And then that before we get into the new lighting console, it's like they're described that there's a small, relatively inconspicuous console manned by Dr. Vergis.
Mhm. He's one of the. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right. It is like past tense. It's like
you know
by
what I
the
mean?
way. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like just maybe like a brief little reordering of that action
Yeah.
text in here.
That's like a leftover from combining those two
Yeah.
investigation scenes, and it still doesn't really feel right to me because it still feels so wordy, and it's
Mm-hmm.
still a lot of like original Uncle Bruce perspective,
Yep.
in more of a written storytelling rather than a showy storytelling. But I think in general that still needs some work. Just
Yeah,
the whole
just like the flow. Yeah, because
yeah.
it's
Because what are we seeing exactly? I could just see the people, the professionals reading it, like, what are we seeing? Like, what do we actually see in this moment? Like, you can't refer back to how are we supposed to perceive this? It's like reading a book. It's like, oh yeah, and then this, you can fill in the gaps like holographically, but we need to make it more linear.
Okay,
here.
so with that being said, okay, so wait a minute. So there's two, let's just break this down. So there's two lighting consoles and there's two sound consoles.
Mm-hmm.
The first consoles of each group are like the regular consoles.
Yeah.
First, the regular lighting board, but then the second ones are like the fucking space age shit with the wires that go down underneath the dome. So like, just like, like when, which visually resembles the cockpit of the space shuttle, could use similar language while describing each of the second consoles. Like, for the second sound console could look like, say something like it looks like a Mackie mixing board combined with a alien, ship, like something out of fucking Close Encounters of the Third. I don't know, Close Encounters of the Third, glowing lights like the spaceship from Close Encounters or something like that. Just to stick with the space, spaceship looking, and just describing each one of this, just specifying what those ones look like. We could just say it's a regular lighting console, but the other one looks like this.
As Jeff and Matt say, the Star Trek shit.
Right, and that's right. So that'll just further.
This has always kind of felt like it needs more.
And this is, I feel like it's been like this since the beginning.
Yeah, it has.
Anymore.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So yeah, I'll jigsaw puzzle that and then just kind of make it easier to read and then more clearer that these are normal and these are out of this world kind of things. So it's very obvious to Jeff when he sees it, and very obvious to the audience.
Yeah,
people generically know what a lighting board or a sound board looks like. If you've been to a concert or if you've seen it, it's like, it's just a thing with knobs on it. Looks pretty standard.
Mm-hmm.
But then it could be a very, very different one, and it's like, okay, that's not normal.
Right, especially when you describe the second consoles, that description, that very brief like visual thing will juxtapose to like, we see a regular console, but then there's this shit.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like a lot of these things, we know a lot of it will come down just to the look of everything, the visual of it.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And also this plants the seed too. So like the language that's used to describe this shit with like, because later on we don't see the neon lights at this part, do we? No.
I mean, not the basement ones, but I think
no. But there's like later on, there's another time, I think, when he's looking. Isn't there another thing where it's like we see a neon green? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, glowing neon green cable.
Yeah,
that's the type of shit that we see in the basement.
Right.
So when he follows that, and then the other thing obviously is just we follow his actions from one thing to the other without the past tense.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe because I didn't really differentiate where the consoles were located. It's just like here there's one and then here there's another.
Maybe this is like
there should be a separate
booth or
area, like a quarantined off or something with plexiglass around it or something, just to show that it's a little bit separate, because you wouldn't just want a normal idiot tech to stumble in and
exactly. Maybe since Jeff has like clearance, he's able to get into that room.
Right.
It could be like a key card, like activate, like boop boop, and it's like he's surprised almost that he can even get in.
Yeah.
He walks in, and then that's like when Dr. Teen fucking shows up. Oh shit! Like, oh, come over here.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me jot something down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna get some water real quick.
Okay. You have your headphones on? I'm gonna go pee. I'm going to take a real 2-minute break. Quick pee break.
Very good.
Did you have any dogs or burgers?
Had burgers the day after Labor Day. We had ribs Labor Day, like Sunday.
Ooh.
Ribs and potato salad.
Perfect.
Yeah, we did pizza Did the whole thing, all the health food.
Mhm.
Oh, nice. You got them both. Nice.
Oh yeah, I was adding to this.
Oh, okay. Oh, did you add it into there?
Yeah,
Oh, nice. There you go.
it's all
Grapefruit.
bubbly shit. It's all bubbly stuff.
It's all bubbly.
All right, yeah. So
All
here
right.
we
So let's
are at
see. Yep.
the
Page
infamous
30.
restaurant scene here.
Page 30. You could, make yourself the waiter there if you want.
Yeah, I'll be in drag.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll both be in drag in this movie. Um, let's see. Lily. Yeah, that was my note.
Billy's
Pepsi.
late.
Yep.
Yeah,
Lily's just like, just Pepsi, please.
yeah,
um, okay, that's good. Okay, so then, okay, so here now on the next
yeah.
page
How does this
30.
all feel to you?
I think there was like a couple of little points in here. Let's see. So when Chris is like, they're talking about their drugs and shit, and Lily's like, well, I'm glad to see you made it through. But oh no, what did I? First of
So
all, I thought the thanks me too line didn't need to be there.
yeah, yeah,
So if it goes like, no, it's fine. I brought it up. A little bit of everything, to be honest. Some of this bring me up, some down, bring me down, everything in between. And then she could say, well, I'm glad to see you made it through, but you could still drink, all
yeah,
in the same
yeah, yeah, yeah.
line.
I
And
like
then he just goes, yeah, alcohol was never a drug to me. That's all good. I like all that.
that.
And then this part here, I didn't notice it the first time I read it, but then the second time I read it, I was like, because that's when he realizes, like, when she's like, that's how I kind of feel about weed. And Chris like looks at her, and it's just like a shot of her like stoned. Like you
Yeah,
realize she's stoned at that point.
yep.
So instead of just looking at her eyes, it's like Chris looks at her squinty red eyes, and
Mhm.
it's something like that. Just a little bit more directly, like notices that she's stoned right there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then they
And
smile.
that's
That's
when
good.
he almost like cheers us to that. He's like,
Yeah,
you're high on your little thing. This is my little thing.
exactly.
So
Yeah. And then yeah, Chris is like, yeah, it's not easy for me, but I think I made it through the storm. I like that. Good for you. I'm not sure if I have or not. How do you do it? Honestly, hypnotism. Seriously? Yeah, yeah, it sounds crazy. They talk about hypnotism a little bit. And at the bottom of this page, like where the scene pretty much ends, after the waiter comes over and they're both like, more time, please. I was thinking after
yeah,
that, before the end of this scene, Chris should explain, like Lily could even be like, what's it like?
yeah,
Because first they're like, how'd you do it? Hypnotism. Oh, wow. Okay. And then moving on, be like, it's like the waiter could be like, it's like, so what's it like? And then Chris gives like an explanation. And this will
Mhm.
be another good moment to really plant the seed of the effects of what hypnotism's all about, how you feel. It could almost just be really like directly describing the experience that happens to people at the end of Mandala.
Uh-huh.
Like I felt like, it's like before I did it, I would feel crazy. I would like go nuts sometimes. Look like it's like sometimes he's like, because he vapes, and this is just coming to my mind now, but
Yeah.
like sometimes when I'm vaping and I'm like drunk or something and I want my vape and I can't find it, I start going a little nuts. I'm like, where the fuck, like everything, stop everything. Fuck, gotta find my fucking vape. I'm like
Yeah.
tearing up the place trying to find my vape. So he could describe something like this chaotic, like he has these chaotic little moments, maybe not the vape, but just like these chaotic, I felt like my whole life would stop when I would have a temptation. I would go nuts. I would just describing the chaotic moment at the end of Mandala of like, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And that's kind of what she's in her way dealing with.
Yeah.
But then I did this hypnotism, and all it took was all I really remember was the snap of the fingers, and suddenly it didn't matter anymore. None of it mattered anymore. Just again, like
I
further
like
lock.
that. Yeah. And honestly, I think we've talked about it. There are people that I know, a lot of my former coworkers, that would literally have a fit if they couldn't find their jewel, their vape.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a real thing. So
Oh, it
it's a
is.
great kind of allusion to the chaos of the end and then the snap of the fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that.
Yeah. Cool. Good. And also, yeah, it's just again, just gets a little bit more deeper into their conversation, and we see him as a real person. She sees him as a real person. They see each other and they're smiling, and everything. So that's good.
Yeah.
And we're planting some seeds.
Yes.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah, of course. Is everything okay so far?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is a lot of these things were already kind of, I knew that there were little issues in these areas. So you're just kind of highlighting them for me and reaffirming. Good. So yeah. Lots of positive things. Oh. All right.
Cool.
All
right.
So what kind of note should this dinner scene end on? Should it end on a playful flirty note or a serious hypnotism note, or?
I think it should end on what we had just described when they first meet, and it's already comes with this trust and rapport that they have for each other. We see it, but they're in just a quick little like, hey, oh wow, it's you, oh my god, and like this could be the moment where we see that rapport. And I think this hypnotism conversation is really good. I think the flirtiness stuff comes in a little bit more, but Lily I see is also just, I mean, of course, is as you do too, that she's a very deep and thoughtful person and wants to be with deep and thoughtful people. Of course she wants to bang. She wants to do all these things. She wants to have a good time. But I feel like the way it could end is just like this. They both kind of just see and respect each other. It could, I mean, I don't know. It could be a little flirty, but also I just see like two really good friends that are getting together and just really happy to be in each other's company.
Gotcha. Yep, I feel that. I'll come up with something.
Yeah.
Kind of bring that all together and.
Because then I think it's one of the next times we see them together, and Chris is like, so I just wanted to, and then she's just like,
Yep.
So like it's like this is the building up to that moment.
Yeah.
Because I like that, the way it just like, get over here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, she's jacked up from the show, got all the emotions. Like, I'm just gonna kiss this motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, so cool. 33.
And this shows that it's not just like, it's not just a sexual relationship.
Yeah.
That is also part of it. Okay, so let's see.
It's believable. It's more believable.
It totally is. I love it. It's great. and really,
we want it. We, as the audience, we're like, yeah, we like this. They seem like they're good for each other,
Exactly, which makes the ending that much more devastating.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then now too, the ending the way it is, it's like, oh my god, compared to the way it was before, where like it's like fucking Barnhart murders Chris in front of Lily, and this whole fucking like thing. This is way more true to the story, and also just like it's got the depth that was not necessarily there with the original like Uncle Bruce version.
Totally agree.
From the characters.
In our first 45 versions.
Yeah, right. The version 46. Yeah, oh my god.
13, draft 13.
Yeah, draft 13. Yeah, 13 million. 13,000 drafts. Draft 13,001. Okay, so we're gonna have to. Hey, Jeff, get down to the bottom of page 33. You gotta see something down here. No, but bottom of page 30. Bottom of 33. Put together. Yeah, I think that was just a typo. It's like great put together with a couple concepts.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know. It's like put it together or like draft some concepts.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Put together with a couple of concepts in the next. Yeah. I think just added the word with in there, and then I also have a thing. Oh shit. Um,
But
okay, so the only note I had before the dinner scene here was on, if we could just backtrack a little bit to 25.
oh,
When I was reading it, just rereading it all the way through without trying to like judge it, it goes from Lily and Chris meeting to the news channel special, and then all of a sudden it's opening night, and we don't see any rehearsal. We don't see anything.
wait, is this wait? This is okay. So
The
this
end
is
of 24. Sorry,
24, right? And
I
then
don't
all of a
know.
sudden,
20, that kind of felt weird to me that we see the inner workings of the chaos, but we don't see any rehearsals or anything, and then we go right into the show. And I think it's been like this for a long time, but for whatever reason, when I was reading
Mhm.
this, I was like, we don't see any rehearsal before this, and that just kind of made me feel like, should we see them practicing, or is it okay that we just see her on the first day of getting introduced to everybody, and then all of a sudden the next scene is Liquid Crystal is awesome. Here's their show. Like, is that okay?
Yeah,
I don't know. It didn't stick out to you when you were reading it because you didn't say anything, but it kind of,
no,
I don't know. Do you feel like there should be at least a little bit of a more of a montage in there of them like rehearsing and getting to know each other, or do you think it's okay that we just go right to it and
no,
then
because
later on we see them rehearsing and stuff?
um, so something that comes to mind, I don't think a montage should be in there necessarily. Um, but something that comes to mind, like when they do table reads for movies, and they're all in the room, like for The Greatest Showman with Hugh Jackman, they're all like at the table and they're all singing the song together and just getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they're, I could see a good use of like some kind of transitionary moment of rehearsals.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if it's not necessarily at the dome and the show, like it could be maybe like a more intimate rehearsal, like maybe with the band, like the entire, like it's like Lily and like the band for Liquid Crystal, and they're just kind of like mingling and performing a song, or
Yeah,
and
maybe. Yeah,
like
okay, I like that.
and just like shooting the shit like about how great the music is. And maybe one of the band members is like, yeah, but this is not just about the music, right? It's about the spectacle, something like that. Because
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the next time we see it, it's like the dome,
yeah.
like fucking full force. If there was maybe some sort of like short little moment in there where it's just like Lily rehearsing with the band or something in that theater, or
Yeah,
it could be,
or like just an enclosed like little music hall. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
just for them, or a studio or something.
Maybe they could be, maybe, yeah, maybe that, yeah, because they should be, yeah, like practicing the music or
Yeah,
something.
I like that. Just something to show us. You know, I don't know. It just felt like we needed something there just to go from an easier, like in the transitional mind. Just thinking about it, going from that scene the first day on the show, and then all of a sudden they're playing. I was just like, there needs to be something for us
Yeah,
to make that jump in our head. I don't know.
yeah, and something just brainstorming, music and performing like on a stage, she's very used to, and it's pretty much, I mean, for the most part, it's just comes natural to her
Hmm.
when she's singing and playing instruments and doing stuff like that. And but like the Liquid Crystal show is she's like on fucking guy wires doing backflips and fucking explosions and extremely specific choreography and stuff
Yeah,
like that. Like I imagine like in a rehearsal scene, it could be like a really amazing, moment with the band in that hall or whatever. And it's just like her talking with like the lead guitarist or something. And it's just like, oh yeah, this is a piece of cake. Like this is gonna, like I could do this. Like, and this is so easy working with you guys. It's like, yeah, but it's like this is only the beginning. We
yeah,
still have to, like, this shit's gonna get really. It's like, oh really? It's like, I don't know. Do you think you can handle it? And she's like, oh yeah, I'm a superhero. It's like, oh yeah, all right, we'll see. And then then we cut to like the fucking show.
okay, yeah, yeah,
It's just kind of like seeing, just another, and it just even not only just to serve as a time to show in between, but also to demonstrate like the challenges that Lily is going to be going through in general. It's just
yeah,
like, she's good at what she does, but she still has to really like work towards it. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I agree with you. There could be something right there, just like in that intermediary time.
Okay, cool. All right, sorry to backtrack. All right,
No, no,
go
it's all
forward.
good. Let's see, where were we? 34, I think. Yeah. Um.
A little more from Chris.
Yeah. Okay. So
Before she just grabs him and kisses him.
yeah, yeah. So in Chris, it's just like I was wondering. I'm not even sure if you even want to. I can maybe seeing. It's like he's about to get into something. I feel like he could.
He has like a rehearsed monologue or something that he was planning on saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, listen, I wanted to. This is. Been thinking about this a lot.
After our dinner the other night, we had such a good time, and I
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. Exactly. I like that. Yeah, just like a little rehearse monologue. I like that.
And then she's just like, I know what you're gonna say. Yes, I'm gonna kiss you. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You don't need to say all that. Yes, we're on the same page.
Yeah, he just starts going into a whole thing, and it's just like
maybe she's just kind of look at him. He's like looking at the ground. Yeah, and he looks like nervous, and she's just like,
because she wants to kiss him immediately.
Yeah, she's just like,
but she's like giving him his like, okay, well, he's gonna say something here. It's like, but he's like taking a while to get to it, and she's like, oh fuck this.
yeah.
I like that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the Dr. Teen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Dr. Teen. Okay, let's see. Moving on. Okay, so then Dr. Teen at the bottom of 35. I'm pretty sure in studio you could put a hyphen in between that.
Okay.
The in studio producer.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see going on here.
Joan. Oh yeah, Joan.
Okay, so yeah, this was kind of I just highlighted that because I think this is the only time we see her.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Is it? There might be one other time.
I know we see Dr. Burgess a few times. I'm just trying to think. It's like Dr. Joan Fraser. Like if she needs to have like even a name, like because she's just in this thing like. Or if we introduce her earlier, so that when we see Joan Fraser, like.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll see if she's not in any other scenes. I'll just take out the name and just say a very attractive choreographer. Yeah, because it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are all characters that were in the original story that like Uncle Bruce specifically put in to excite his students when he came in to review this. You're like, oh my god, Dr. Fraser's in this. Whoa!
And it was Jan, and I changed it to Joan because I was just like concerned that I don't know, because Jan I feel like is kind of a multi-sex name, like depending on where you're from.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make it more a woman.
Clear.
Yeah.
Doing lots of sex changes in the story.
They're all over the place. Everyone's so fluid.
I know, it's a fluid. This is like the subtext is Mandala is like
sexual like
fluidity.
The Matrix, right?
That's right.
They just came out and said that about being transsexual.
That's right. Oh my god.
And a million other things. Okay. 41.
All right. Let's see. 40, 39, 40, 41. Okay, so as I know, I don't. I think. Let me see. It says Jeff. I don't know exactly. It just says shit going on. I see Liz ecstatic and happy and stressed. Okay, so when she's like, and I don't know if I have enough going on right now, and I don't need this extra bit of stress. But now, and like originally, before we just talked about that thing with that new scene that might go in there with like the rehearsing, that actually might work in there now. But it seemed a little like weird to me because Lily is having such a good time, and she, like even essentially like the whole thing is about kind of making her feel like she's on top of the world and everything's great from her perspective, and Jeff is seeing like all this weird shit. It's like it's like I don't see her questioning Jeff because she's stressed out. I just see she's just so enamored with the experience. Like it's like, why are you? It's like everything's great, Jeff. Like what the fuck are you talking about? It's not like I'm freaking out, Jeff. I don't need this right now.
Yeah, this might be a remnant of an earlier draft where she was constantly on edge and about to cry at every scene.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I like, even if we are putting a different scene in there earlier, I think I agree with your note here still that she should be like, hey, yeah, and then like it takes her a minute to figure out like, wait, you're serious? This is
Yeah.
fucking awesome. Like, yeah, they're living in two different worlds at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. That makes sense.
All right, cool.
And pulls out her notebook, a notebook.
Pulls out a notebook. Yeah, because it pulls out a notebook out of instead of her notebook out of her bag. That was just something.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Pros,
Okay, so yeah, news. Yeah, southeast is one word.
word.
Okay, 44. Lily and Chris walk into their intricate. Now it's like after I wrote that, it's like into would have made sense just into their suite, but since it's intricate, it's almost like a little tongue twister.
Yeah.
So it could just be Chris and Lily enter their intricate suite. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
okay.
1,000 times.
Let's see.
Right.
On here. Okay, so then 48. Okay, so what is it here? What? I wouldn't normally say something like this, but there's something about you, dude. I feel like we could almost like was just like it's like Matt's like, of course, but and Matt thinks for a moment, internally debating himself and looks at Jeff. What? I could see him almost just like going, there's something about you, dude. And then say something sort of what it is about him. Maybe not like, I know it's like sometimes there's something about it, you can't really put your finger on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like since we're just getting to know Matt here, this will give us a little bit more insight into the way that he thinks about things.
Okay.
In a personal way.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, it's like I normally wouldn't say something like this. It's like I could see Matt just because he's like Jeff, he's not tiptoeing around, especially these two guys, like just as direct as Jeff is in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Something about you, dude. You remind me of myself. Something, I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jeff smiles and nods.
Okay, yeah, just a little window into Matt's mind.
Yes.
Okay, we can figure it out there.
All right, 51. Let's see, exterior, outback, continuous. Again, this was another moment where I thought maybe this could be a good time to remind people about the satellites and Jeff's thing with the satellites, because it's like we're with Chris and Lily and they're having their thing. She's painting, and then we cut back to them out back. I feel like it could just be like Jeff, ellipses and finishing up a thought about, he had just during that whole time was just ranting to Matt about the fucking satellites again.
Yeah. And you could even see one up there, right?
Yeah. And then it would easily I can see it easily tying into just what Matt even says there. It's just because they're talking about like seeing the fucking, the hidden world of what the fuck is going on. It's just like, oh, maybe it's just us then. We're just too deep in our own heads.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And again, it's just like we're just it almost seems comedic at this point. It's like, oh yeah, Jeff's going on about the satellites. Mm-hmm. But then it's like building up to that moment that when he dies and the fucking satellites launch, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep the satellites in. I don't want to have any reason.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh yeah, you can do this without satellites. Like, no, you fucking can't. You can't do shit without satellites.
Okay, yeah, an increase in the number of deaths of the swine flu on 53. Yeah, that makes.
Yeah, because it ramps up really quick, and
yeah,
it was like 104. Okay, yeah, just
totally.
More death.
More sadness.
More people should die here.
More tragedy, please.
Note on 54. More tragedy.
More conflict. Okay, yeah, deep base.
Yeah, so deep base. So it's the dome. Deep base, comma, bright lights and lasers.
56.
Yeah, see, 50.
So you want Bob to break the fourth wall again?
Yes.
He's always he's talking to us. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's doing a show,
Yeah, and that's kind of his shtick to his, looking in the camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, scales incontinent lifting I've seen before. Come close. It's me around stage. Because that's what he said. Look what she says right there.
Yeah.
Like I feel like I'm in a movie, and then he's like, That must be wild.
Yeah.
That would be a nice little break the fourth wall moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Lily. Okay, so this is a thought I had. I mean, wait, did we skipped over some stuff? But did the Skid Row massacre has not happened yet, right?
Right.
But so the homeless bill is not a thing yet.
I don't know.
I don't remember because I wrote that note. Should this be about the homeless bill
Yeah,
or like something to do with homelessness?
She does an interview later on, not too far from here, about the homeless bill in the hotel room.
After this or before?
Yes, after this. Right before her and Jeff hang out in the hotel room the last time she's doing an interview. I changed it from her doing an interview with this other guy to her doing an interview about the homeless bill.
So the homeless bill is a thing at this point then?
It must be a thing, but I don't know.
Let me just see if we can go back real quick. This is at 56. There should be like a president. Yeah, Kendrick Lamar, Bob, News, president.
25.
Yeah, the homeless bill, 53.
53.
President's popularity gains few points as he reveals his new homeless bill.
Oh, yeah.
So, and maybe instead of the Go campaign, well, it could be Go. Like, I like the name of that.
Well, that's an actual thing.
Oh, it is? Oh,
yeah, and then Lily Collins is an actual ambassador for it. Like, that's real life.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting.
And literally, that's almost exactly what she said in an interview I watched.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, that's got gravity to it then.
And then I think she says she's working with them again on the actual homeless bill when she has that interview on 69.
Yeah.
So on 69, talking to Felicity.
Right. And that's about the homeless.
Yeah, and that's about the homeless bill.
Okay. All right. So forget about it then. Like first of all, I'm more about it now, especially knowing that she actually said that.
Actually, no, she didn't. So she didn't. I watched an interview, but like what she says is literally almost verbatim their, what's the word? What they say about themselves on their site, like their mission statement.
Their mission statement.
It's essentially their mission statement.
Yeah, and the only reason I suggested maybe to think should she be talking about the homeless bill is because we already established she's close with the president, even though we didn't see her talk to the president. It's plausible that she already knows she should already know about the homeless bill.
Yeah,
she completely supports him anyway, but she does talk about it afterwards anyway. Maybe
she could say and just projects like the new homeless bill, kind of thrown in here. She doesn't need to elaborate, but it could be for example, we work with projects we helped a lot to get this homeless bill on the floor, or something like that.
I like that. Yeah, because they go hand in hand.
Yeah,
improve the lives of vulnerable children around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Local heroes, solutions. Yeah, that's good. Cool.
Yeah, and that just happened to link up, honestly, with us coming up with the homeless problem, and then Lily Collins, actually being part of this thing in real life. So that's a nice little synchronicity.
Yeah, I like that.
Cool. All right.
Okay.
Big one here.
So this is So I put the blue around this part.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is the. Oh yeah. So yeah. Okay, this is something I added in there. This is
right. So here, first suggestion I have is in that first blurb there, where it's Jeff's up on the lighting rig doing shit, and he's seeing stuff from up there. At the very last line, Dr. Teen sets up a new machine and accidentally turns it on. I feel like that should be its own line, not at the end of the paragraph right there.
Okay.
Because that's basically at the last line of that action text should be a larger role in structuring the show's format, period. Enter. Next line. Dr. Teen sets up a new machine and accidentally turns it on. Because this moment almost reminded me a little bit of like when Jeff died originally, before these changes that came in. It kind of happened a little too fast. Okay. If it's space it out, it's Dr. Teen turns it on. Next block, suddenly a massive dragon mandala hologram appears. Now, I think what would be good is to give another like I was thinking about that. It's like, what the fuck does a dragon mandala look like? Like,
Yeah.
that's like, yeah, we can use our imaginations, but this would be a good time to really be descriptive because this is a huge part of the ending.
Mm-hmm.
um, so if we could maybe do a little bit more description of what it's like, a massive dragon hologram appears. It's like in Jeff is startled, has to regain his balance. Like, so this could, I feel like it's like when the hologram appears, it's like you hear this. It's like people stop what they're doing and they dry. It's like, what does it say here? Jeff is startled and has to regain his balance. Once he does, he's captivated by the hologram. Everyone in the building is hypnotized by it. It's like, and then maybe like right after that, it looks like it's like a real life dragon, like a dragon appeared in the room or something. There should be some sort of visual aid
Gotcha.
to describing like what that's got to feel like to
Mm-hmm.
see that.
Yeah.
And and then everyone is hypnotized by it. Dr. Teen scrambles to shut it off. The hologram disappears, and then break one line of action text. Everyone goes back to normal like nothing happened. Jeff climbs down from the rig. It's like one block, like one line, he turns it on accidentally. The next one is like the effect of what the fuck it's doing, and he turns it off. And then the next line is everyone goes back to normal like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Just like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Because like when I read it all in one thing, I was just kind of like, it flowed a little too quickly, like, because that was a big moment right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I'm on board.
All right, cool. Okay, let's see. Okay, 59.
Here's
generic home. Okay, so this is the Darren Brown scene.
Yeah.
I mean, you could take any of these or leave. You can leave some of these, like, instead of just a man, it's like the silhouette of a man standing at the window. Just to make it, read a little bit more mysterious at first.
Yeah.
And then the man turns around and it's Darren Brown, the most famous mentalist on earth. Like,
yeah.
For some, just a little description for this guy, for people that are reading it.
Right.
It's like everyone knows who this fucking guy is. That's what needs to be written there. Okay, so it's like, okay, Chris, Darren Brown. Well, yeah. And Lily should be like, this is fucking, like, again, could be something that you can keep or leave. It's one of those, that's crazy or this is crazy, doesn't matter. Darren Brown, I'm a big fan of yours. Please have a seat. Lily is in awe. Like, I think that needs to be in there even more pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
That she's like kind of blown away by the fact that fucking Darren Brown's there.
Yeah.
And then so Darren Brown, okay, told me why you're here. Is that all right? Lily, add in the nervous part because now she realizes she's about to, like, delve deep into their subconscious with Darren Brown. So she's a little nervous about it. Like, yeah, thanks for doing this. Throws Chris a good look. Pleasure. It's like, okay, so I have had problems with addiction. I would see her saying, I have problems with addiction. Like someone who's an addict or an alcoholic, and she's not in the past yet. She still has these problems. I have problems with addiction. I've learned over the past few months that my issues have not completely resolved. Again, talking about it in the first person or present tense. Not only that, but they're stronger than I thought. I don't know. Take a look at that. If any of that stuff makes sense to change, feel free. If not, that could have just been me. Like I said, some,
I hear you.
You know what I mean? Okay, so that's good. Well, about 10 months now. Quickly looks down. Darren Brown, that's great. What does it say? It's like, Lily be like, well, I still smoke weed. It's not, I've smoked weed. Because she's being honest.
That was just me, like, her kind of playing it down a little bit because she still feels a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, like,
that's true.
That was what that was. I've smoked weed, but that's,
Right. Yeah. So again, that's,
mm-hmm.
I don't have reservations about that.
And then Lily feels like she's being judged, and that's when she comes a little bit on, and that's what kind of leads, because she made it to Chris that she smokes weed pretty
Right.
consistently, and then now it feels like she's like, oh, but Chris knows that I smoke weed, but I feel like I can't tell. She was just kind of,
Yeah,
that was like
that
the
makes sense.
anxiety
I
of
see how you're doing that. Yeah, maybe instead of changing that, you could just put in like a little in the parentheses, timidly.
yeah.
Timidly, it's like, well, I mean, I've smoked weed, but it's
It's
not
like
the
it's
same.
like when your doctor asks how many drinks you have a week, and you say 3.
Yeah, like no, I don't drink. Yeah. I just drink once every with dinner, wine
Only
with
on the
dinner.
weekends, yeah. No.
Exactly. Yeah, I get that. Um, okay, let's see here. Okay, 61, of course. Okay, Chris, thanks, Chris. He exits. Before like he exits, I was saying like it'd be interesting. It's like one of those things like Chris is about to leave. He doesn't just walk away, like he's about to walk away, and he gives her a look. Or
Well,
first
he gives her a kiss on the
kiss
head.
on the head, but then I still see like right before he closes the door, he's like makes eye contact with her, like good luck,
Mm-hmm.
like or like ooh, he
Yeah,
doesn't just
yeah.
like walk away. Um, okay, so Lily, it's like it is, yeah, and it's okay if you call me Lily. I don't think she should say I actually prefer it. Like I want what that to me that felt like a little bit too because there's that point later on
Yeah,
when
yeah,
Vincelli is like calling her Lilith and she's like, that's not my fucking name.
yeah.
My name is fucking Lily. Like I feel like this came off a little prematurely. Like,
Okay.
she's already fully into Lilith at this point, but
Mm-hmm.
she says it's okay if you call. It's like it's okay if you call me Lily.
Yeah.
Darren's like Lily it is, something like that. Okay, but no, blah blah blah. Okay, so like, but no, I don't get a lot of time alone, and even when I do, this is a technique. I watched a master class by this guy, Chris Voss, talks about mirroring
Yeah.
and,
You told me
and
about
building
that.
rapport.
Yeah.
So like that would be a good. It's like, and even when I do, and even when you do, you're always performing.
Yeah.
That's a lot of constant pressure. So it's just like another thing. Darren Brown would fucking do shit like that for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. So like finishing her sentence instead of
Yeah,
okay.
basically mimicking the last thing she
Yeah.
said. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, so Lily, like, yeah, I guess, and I just feel like everything else is out of control, and the only thing I can control is just me. Just not sure I believe it.
Hmm. Just not sure that
'Cause
she can believe hers. That she can.
she can believe it, like, because it's like, I mean, that's the problem she's having. I mean, she's saying that she's like, yeah, everything's out of control. It's like, and like the only thing I can control is me. Like, but she wouldn't be there if that was the case, because like she's like going through these temptations, and that's like why she's kind of going through the hypnotism.
How about if she said something like, "Or so I tell myself."
Yeah, yeah,
You know.
right, exactly.
Okay.
It's like I don't, yeah, it's like the way at
Or
least it
or so I
read to
let
me.
myself believe, or something like that.
Yeah, something that just kind of, high emphasis, nudges at like the reason she's there. Like
Mm-hmm.
if she could control herself, she wouldn't even be sitting there with
Yeah.
Darren Brown.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it makes a lot of bloody sense to me, mate. I like that. Okay, so Lily, yeah, I suppose Darren, still something haunting you. Lily, yes. Darren smiles firmly. Okay, more definition of hypnotism. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I didn't write anything down yet. But this like I got what was being said here, but it was a little bit too like it almost felt like a trick reading it. Like
Yeah.
this
Well,
is
and
like
I knew you were going to have an opinion of what I should say here.
okay,
That was
yeah,
me
yeah,
saying something tricky. That's basically
right,
what it was.
yeah, right.
Because
So
she
that
doesn't
yeah,
understand it. I don't really understand it. It's just like,
yeah. But however, this is a good moment again to inform the audience subconsciously like what the fuck this movie is really about.
mhm,
Like when it comes down to the end and what the hypnotism is, and it's like this should be a very clear like when you're hypnotized you are put into a very suggestible state and we can put ideas into your head that you're not even aware of,
mhm,
something like that, like just and even and still would serve the same purpose of like
right.
her being perplexed, because in her place it's like, okay, well, what the fuck are we going to put in my head? What does that even mean?
Yeah, right.
But like I think it should be um, more technically accurate,
Mhm.
like not like let me explain this to a layperson.
Yeah.
Because essentially that's what it is, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Darren Brown would be, I think, would be pretty clear about what that
Yeah.
is. Okay, so let's see here. So Darren Brown. So what I'm going to do is take you on a journey through your mind and into your heart to help you discover what you have hidden away. Those are the changes, like the little
Okay. Yeah, that
changes I
makes
made in
sense.
there. Confronting that, you'll finally accept yourself and be free who you are. Be free. How does that sound? Intense. I like that. Um, okay, so yeah, so this was a typo, I guess. Okay, so get loosen up. So okay, so let's loosen up.
Or just get comfortable, get loose. It's probably just get loose or something.
It was I'd imagine it's just a
Yeah.
typo right there. Okay, Lily wiggles around, loosens up, wiggles and wriggles.
Mhm.
Um, I'm going to have to take you. I'm going to have you take 3 deep breaths. I'll direct, because that's the other thing too. Darren Brown, when you're doing hypnosis, it's he's very specific with his words and command. It's all about the command.
Yeah. I'll
You will
direct.
do this. You are doing this now. How are you? Walk over here. These types of things. Okay,
Oh,
so I'll direct you.
here's the breathe typo or one of
Yep.
them.
Yep.
Okay.
Breathe. I think these are the only places they were.
I'll do just a general search through of breathe and breaths and breathes because that's in there fairly a fair amount. So just to
Okay.
double check on all
Just,
those.
yeah, take a breath.
Oh, yeah, there's another one right after it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so she does. Good. Hold it for a moment. Exhale. Okay, she trembles and keep her eyes closed. Darren notices her anxiety
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
because we're seeing that happen, but just again, emphasize that. It's like,
Hmm.
it's okay. You're okay. Keep your eyes closed. Last one. You're doing great. Breathe in deeply through your nose. See, yeah, you got it. Breathe properly spelled right there.
And did
Um,
it.
she does. Okay, hold it for a moment and gently exhale. I guess, yeah, it could be Lily or she. I don't know. It does. That's
I get it. There's a lot of she's right
mhm.
before that. All of the last 5 or 6. But I guess that was kind of the thing, the motif that I was doing. Because
Yeah.
he's
Well,
telling
even
her stuff and she does it. He's telling her stuff, she does it. He's telling her stuff, she does it. Like
yeah,
that kind of.
and that makes sense when you explain it, when you put it that way. Like I said, that was my disclaimer with these types of things. Not not a big deal. Okay, so here we go. So this, what did I write here? Line of action text to emphasize. Oh wait, is this Darren Brown? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Oh right, okay. So I was thinking,
Oh, between remain calm, everything is under
yeah,
control and it's
yeah.
okay.
So it's okay. It's okay. Action text to emphasize something like an action text, and then remain calm.
Hmm.
Everything's under control, just to really like
Yeah,
lock in
yeah,
that,
yeah.
because this
Okay.
is
Yeah,
the
I get
first
that.
time we're hearing it
Yeah, you
out
want it
of
to
3.
stand out. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then she finally lets her breath out, rubs her back. She calms and breathes easily. Uh, Darren stands. Yeah, this was a little weird to me. It's like Darren stands and sits across from her. So it's just like
Yeah.
Darren
Yeah, you're
stands
right.
and moves
Move
across from
across.
her.
Yeah.
Instead of even again moves across from her and sits down, just
Yeah.
to include the sit. Darren stands, moves across from her and sits down, gives her a moment. Okay, what the hell is that? It's just the beginning. That's my finger inside of you right now.
What?
What? Vincelli, what are you doing here? Dirt. That was my dirty mind. Um,
That's fine. It's a metaphor.
all right, let's see here. Okay, Darren Brown. Instead of but, it's just we're
Yeah,
already making
yeah, yeah,
progress.
yeah,
You are ready. Close your eyes, and we will begin the journey.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, just again, present moment, just
yeah.
sticking to the thing. She settles, shakes it out, or is like even another way of just describing her feelings, a wave of insecurity. Breathes, close her eyes, screen goes black. Okay, breathe easy. You are calm. I was saying I don't know, it's like you are calm and alone. I feel like that might the
You went to,
alone
yeah.
might be a little scary, you know. I don't know. It's like if I was a hypnotist, I wouldn't be like you're calm and alone. Even though I mean it makes sense logistically because she's not really alone all the time.
Hmm.
Just like I feel like you're calm and at peace says essentially what. You know,
Hmm.
we're trying to go for there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
As he speaks, we dive into Lily's mind.
Yeah, I like that.
And then from dark, we see it's like out of the darkness, we see stage of lights and psychedelic shapes. No one to bother you, no one to perform for, just you and your heart and your mind. See, that essentially says like you're here alone, but
In a
more appropriately.
safe way, yeah.
Yeah. Let everything else fade instead of let the weight lift, just like you are unburdened.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Better way of putting it.
Yeah, this yeah is okay. No, they no longer serve you. Great. You see abstract images of all sorts, containers, all sort of containers
All
opening,
sorts, yeah.
all sorts of containers opening and releasing shapes and colors. Yeah. Okay. So,
Feel,
yeah,
feeling,
feel
yeah.
your heart open up. Feel your heart opening up, and let all those feelings that other people impose on you to fly away, making it first person, present
Hmm.
tense. They're not yours. Float down deep as you can go. This is great. I love all this. Screen goes black again. Tiny red light appears. We fly towards it. It's getting bigger. It gets bigger and bigger until it's full screen. What do you see? Now we see Lily instead of standing in front of the red. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
This, I don't know. Like,
Well, yeah, we're
weird.
talking in abstracts here, so it's
Yeah.
no.
Doesn't matter really.
Yeah, well, it's as long as it's consistent. Yeah. So yeah, the only thing was that she's approaching the inmost cave. She's not in it yet. That's the only thing I was trying to.
Oh,
But
okay.
she's right in front of it, and she could see it. It's buzzing at me.
I think that could be
Scared.
even in there, like what you just said, like hint at that. Like we see Lily standing in front of the red light, like essentially outside the innermost cave. I like use that line in there. That's like a hero's journey,
Yeah,
perfect thing.
yeah,
She's going deep into the soul. That'll be a good description of what the fuck we're seeing here.
yeah, yeah.
I like that. How do you feel? Scared? Her face glows red. Scared is good, and just tells her walk towards it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Commands her. Lily is just like, it's really bright. Instead of saying, I don't know, she's
Hmm.
like, it's really bright. And he's like, it's okay. Walk towards it. Lily reaches out, touch it, doesn't hurt. Starts walking. I'm going. Good. Go all the way in. Good to the other side. There. Yeah, I don't know if I can. So it's like there's just that right before she goes through, she's not sure. So it's like, I don't know, right there. You can just do it.
Hmm. He's just
Um,
really pushing her. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this block here, essentially all I did was go through and try to erase some of the we, because each one was like we see. It was
Hmm.
just it was a little too repetitive for me.
Gotcha.
So I instead it was like we are deeply in Lily's memories, a series of shots cataloging Lily and Melissa's entire
Hmm.
relationship. Uh, they meet for the first time after a fabric show. Uh, they kissed for the first time up in a tree under the full moon. Um, Under the full moon. Lily meets Mr. and Mrs. Bacon as they campaign for the presidency. She becomes close to Melissa's family. Um, how the fuck did I say?
They go to protests
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
and marches. We see them going to movies and concerts.
What is that? Oh yeah. Oh, I'm looking at "they kiss for the first time" as like I'm
Oh,
like looking at each one of those words, and I'm like, what the
oh
fuck?
yeah, yeah.
That's one they kiss for the first time. So
Uh-huh.
so they kiss for the first time, meet for the first. Wait, they they meet
Just
for
for
the
the
first
first
time
time.
after a fabric show. They kiss for the first time up in a tree under the full moon. Lily meets Mr. and Mrs. Bacon as they campaign for the presidency.
Mhm.
She becomes close to Melissa's family. Uh, Melissa's family. Jeff is hanging out with them.
Mhm.
They go to protests and marches. We see them going to movies and concerts,
Traveling in a van together.
traveling country and band together. We see Melissa side stage of Fabric Show. Lily is partying hard and Melissa not so much. Then we see Lily offering Melissa more than Okay, took me a
Yeah,
second to
yeah.
decode that.
Yeah, I
It's
see
like,
that too, though. Yeah, making it all.
mm-hmm. um, Melissa falls from innocence and becomes a shadow of her former self. I think that was like a little bit, instead of just starts accepting it more and more, it's like it just visual, like of course in the however this is going to be visually told, it's just like in Lily's subconscious, the way through the lens through which we're seeing this, like she's watching her Melissa turn into like a fucking
Right.
drug addict
Mm-hmm.
or fall from grace or whatever.
Yeah.
um
Yeah. Losing her, yeah, her essence. Is that what you said?
yeah
Falls from innocence.
yeah yeah
Yeah. Yeah. So
even just like
do you like that it happens the night the president wins the election? Because that's
yeah
the,
oh, yeah yeah
I
yeah
think that kind of is like the culmination, right? And then
hmm
it just kind of, it just made a lot of sense that that would be the time that
yeah and it
guys
also
like
like
fucking imagine that the president's daughter the night that they're fucking elected.
that also really gives a lot of credit and credence, motivation to why Lily and the president have such a tight relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like, why is the president like, why is she just like, well, that if that fucking happened on that day,
Yeah.
you're not, it's, there's no, they need each other, or she needs him. They need each other in a lot of ways. Okay. Yeah, is it Lily? Yeah, it's just, I like all this. Like, was it Lily yells out, call 911, rocks Melissa in her arms, crying out to her to stay in Melissa's eyes, rolled back. Darren Brown, what's happening? So, okay, so what did I write here? So it's like Lily, she's dying. Okay, so she's dying. And then Darren would say, how do you feel? And then another line of Lily saying, she's dying because of me and I can't do anything about it.
Okay.
And then Darren Brown is like, talk to her. It could be a little bit.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Just like reorganize a little bit of that.
Yeah. Talk to her. Okay.
Yeah, because like the way during hypnotism, it's almost like you don't speak. You only speak to what you've been prompted to look into.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's like what's happening? She's dying.
Yeah.
It's like, go deeper. What else has had? It's like, oh fuck, she's dying because of me. I was like, oh my, it's like peeling away the layers of an onion.
Gotcha. And she is only reactionary in this. She's not like directing. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then
Okay.
that keeps him in full control, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and her in complete submission in this situation. So
yes.
yeah. So she's dying. How do you feel about it? And then she goes, I can't do anything about it. And then he goes, how do you feel? Or does he say, no, wait.
So
So
it's like,
she's
no, it's
like,
like,
she's dying. And then he says, how do you feel? And then she says, I can't.
and then instead of saying it's like, how do you feel? It's like maybe guilty.
Helpless, guilty.
Yeah. Help. It's like, yeah. Like, why? She's dying. And then it's like, why? Because she's dying. It's my fault.
Yeah.
Because it's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
You know, really, yeah. Working into that.
All right. So she's dying.
And that's just like, how do you feel?
How do you feel?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Why?
Why?
Because it's my fault. And she maybe it's like, it's my fault. It's my, and she like, this is the bit of truth at the core of the wound here. Is this like, it's my fault. So she could even repeat that like before, like she was originally was like, she's dying. Melissa's dying because of me. It's like, it's my fault. It's my fault. She's dead. I did this to her. She can say a little bit more right there, I think, because that's the truth that they were trying to get to. And then Darren will be like, talk to her. It's so appropriate we're doing this on 9/11.
Uh-huh. 19 years. And then on the 20th anniversary, we'll be living together.
Yep. Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
This is epic, dude. I fucking love this. This script. It's like, it's a real fucking movie, man.
It's a real fucking movie, man.
Real fucking movie, man.
All right, so then talk to her. And then it's
Yeah.
just like that, you know, those two in the middle of darkness, her holding on to her, and
Melissa, I love you so much. I'm sorry. I'll provide Lil. Lily is, yeah, actually, you know what? Lily's in your shock. I guess that works. I was originally thinking, like, you know, she's just like in shock almost. She's just because she's talking to Melissa for the first time. Like,
yeah,
it's like a
she's talking
crazy,
to her, yeah.
but it's like near shock. That's, you can totally get that. Okay.
Melissa tells her it's okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Just a
it's okay.
simple I love you instead of
Yeah. I made my own choices, yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, but you would, yeah, because that's the thing. It's like, yeah, but you wouldn't have been there if it's like, Lil, listen, I wouldn't have traded time had together. Yeah, I love all that. I don't regret anything. That essentially says all the stuff that I made my own choices.
Yeah, you're right.
Tears roll down Lily's face. Okay, love you forever, but you gotta let me go. What if I can't? You can. You can. The fountain. You can.
Yeah.
You will.
I know.
Good. Hotel room. Okay, so on the count of 3, snap my fingers. On the count of 3, I'll snap my fingers and you will wake up and feel absolutely free. So then back in that scene when Lily's asking him what's it like, asking Chris in the restaurant, it's like he's describing this moment in a lot. I mean, describing a lot of things.
Yeah.
But essentially it plants the seed for like when Darren's doing this, that it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was just going back and the note that I wrote about Chris at the dinner scene, I wrote, all I remember is a snap of the fingers. But instead of remember, I wrote, I forgot the R. So the classic, that was, how could I forg? How could I remember? I forgot the R at the end.
Oh, yeah.
How could I remember?
Remember the fabric? How could I forg?
All right. And
cool.
then,
But that's good. Let's see. It looks around. Darren's there. Good. I'll give you a moment. Stands up. Puts hand on her shoulders. Leaves the room.
And then it kind of ends with her standing looking out the window instead of him. I just thought that was a good kind of,
yeah.
Because I know you know, suggested to have him be like out of the room or something, and I just couldn't do it in a way where it felt completely right. So
this felt right.
And then we saw the moon in her little trip there, you know, or their first kiss was under the moon, and she has this relationship with the moon, and I thought that was kind of like a comforting thing. And then she's alone in the room, but she feels good. She feels a lot of mixed things, but then she sees the moon, and it's like a little bit, you know, she does feel free and relaxed, and kind of like that was a successful session.
Yeah. And it's, again, I love those. I love that there's a theme of her looking at the moon by herself, like in a lot of ways. In the beginning, here, out in the ocean, at the end of the movie, all that stuff.
Yeah. And then, so I had in one of my other notes to myself is, this goes right into a liquid crystal scene. Should there be something in between this hypnotism scene and the show, or you think it's fine that it goes right from one to the other? Or is she like, do we see her and we're like, oh man, she's fixed now, so like she's fine, and of course she can go right to the show.
It can go right to it. It's like I almost see it. It's this quiet moment up in the hotel room on the whatever floor, looking at the moon, and it's just really quiet. But then all of a sudden, hear the
I like that.
And then it just like cuts to the dome, and the music is building up, and she's just on stage, like rocking out like a fucking rock star. Like, hey, problems resolved.
Yeah. Okay, I like that a lot. That makes it a lot better. Cool.
Cool. Okay, yeah, Listings Our Laser Show is as captivating as the band.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that line there. That's cool.
That's some from the articles here.
Oh, it is good.
Throbbing along with the music and scurrying about in frenetic gasps to match the tension of the music. Yeah, that's straight out of the articles.
Good. And then I thought like another action text, just like a separate line before the next scene at the dome, their side stage, is just the crowd is hypnotized. Just further emphasizing the hypnotism shit.
Activating she is, and that she really is in her moment right now, and we do actually feel she's healed. She's been healed by the graces of Darren Brown, you know. Yeah, everything's good. Oh, I wonder what happens next.
Oh yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, not quite next, but yeah.
Yeah, not quite next, but soon.
Yeah.
This is the tragedy part, because it's like, oh, Jeff's here, everything's gonna be good.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay, so yeah, Felicity West, good name.
Wait, hold on. With Jeff is in Happy Days with the same.
Oh yeah. So is it with the same action?
The same action.
Wait.
Actor.
Jeff Waters is a true fanboy. No, it wasn't Jeff. Jeff Waters for a minute. Liz makes eye contact, puts his hand over his heart, apologizing to her. She reciprocates. She reciprocates with the same action.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's like he does the thing with the hand on the heart. She does the thing with the hand on the heart.
Okay.
It's like visual.
Gotcha.
Okay,
cool. And then he sees the. Yep. And then they're in the suite. Okay. And then this is when she's talking on her iPad. No, because she's a good guy, so she could be on an iPad.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah. And then they're talking about the
bill, the homeless bill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, do you like that she's directly taking? This just adds like fuel to the Hollis that he's taking money directly from the defense budget for this homeless bill, and so it's just directly sticking it to Hollis, like, you motherfucker, you're literally going into my pockets.
Yes, that is perfect. I do really like that.
Good. Yeah, that just felt right.
And yeah, because it's more of like a personal thing to Hollis than it is just like, we don't like this guy. You're taking my money, using it for fucking bullshit.
These fucking lowlifes.
Yeah, these lowlives pick themselves up in the bootstraps like my great grandpa did. My great grandpa came to this country with a penny. Now look at me. Oh, yeah, that's great. Felicity is good. Yeah, so like the president has said that another one of those things, not necessary to change.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All this news flow. Okay, swine flu is getting worse. Good. Jeff, Lily hanging out. I love this scene. That whole scene's great. Under the dome, or no, the dome. Under the stage, yeah.
Wait, where are you?
Oh, I'm on 72.
72.
Moving. I'm just scrolling down to like where the next notes are. Everything else looks good here.
Yeah, cool.
74, everything good. 75, good. 76, okay, yeah. This is when like Matt and Jeff are like what the fuck?
Yeah, and Jeff's kind of had his last.
Yeah. He's at his Arlington Road moment.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so 77, Lily and Chris talking. Was it Chris? It's like, yeah, you think he'd at least be a little more grateful. Lily, I was just thinking in parentheses, frustrated. He is grateful. Like, she almost takes like a little bit of an offense to that. Like Chris saying that. Like, dude,
she's frustrated at Chris saying that?
Yeah, it's like, just in general.
Okay, yeah.
But just like the way Chris says that, it's like, I can see her just being a little bit more snappy about it. Like, he is grateful. Like,
yeah.
Why would you say that? Why is he saying that? What the fuck?
Yeah. Just everything.
Chris, you can ignore him, hang out with me. Let's go back to the hotel. I was just thinking, I don't know. I think at this point there were like a few other times, like every time Chris like was exiting, they were gonna go get food.
Okay. Maybe it's too much.
It was not
quite like Brad Pitt in the Ocean's movies.
Oh yeah.
He's always eating something.
Yeah, well, maybe he could. Let's go out and vape. Let's go out back and vape.
Okay, cool. Underground room. Fucking satellites.
Yep. Okay. Man, brown soup. Okay, so 78.
78.
Doe Lily in full costume makeup smokes cig, watches the sunset, enjoying a rare moment to herself. I guess it doesn't matter. That was just like a suggestion I had.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right. Yeah.
We're
And
getting close.
This is where it all happens.
Okay. Okay. Finds number. So I
Want to pull your mic up or get closer to it a little bit?
Oh, yeah. There we go. That better?
Yeah.
Up a little bit. Yeah, I'm just trying to I don't know. I get paranoid about my neighbor. Like my Bluetooth speaker, every now and then, pairs, like something's trying to pair to it. I get paranoid that she's annoyed with me talking, and trying to get my attention.
Oh, so you think that's her being passive aggressive?
I think so.
Okay, that sucks. I hope that's not the case.
I hope it's not. I mean, honestly, even if it is, just if you're really that upset, just come knock on my door.
Yeah.
I'd be glad to. I'm not into this fucking paranoia shit.
Oh no.
Okay. So anyway.
Okay.
I was thinking when he goes up onto the grid, just visually, when it's finds number 33, I imagine just seeing there's a light out. There's a light out over there. Later on, it's when he goes over, it's he has to jiggle some wires around, but it's before he goes over there, it's he could see number 33 by the fact that the light's out.
All right. Well, where are you? Hold on.
I'm on
bulb.
80.
Yeah, 80. All right.
Okay.
All right. So bulb is out. All right. So we see something that he's going for. He's not just going. So it looks like there's an actual reason.
Yeah. There actually there should be a reason. It's not just what the fuck's going on over here.
Yeah.
So the bulb.
Yeah,
is out.
maybe even from the ground. Yeah, what's up there? And he looks up and goes, "Oh, yeah, I see it." Yeah. So it could be direct reason. That makes way more sense visually.
Yeah. It's and it's plausible, not suspicious, really necessarily up front. Okay, so then let's see. Government office, Hollis. Colonel Hollis looks. Oh, this was a typo, I think. Colonel Hollis looks open binder. Opens by. So Colonel Hollis is seated at his desk.
Mm-hmm.
Opens his binder with a dragon mandala on the cover. And that's another reason why when the dragon mandala first appears, in the hologram, having a much more descript visual, what the fuck that is. So again, it's just not just a keyword. At this point, it's dragon mandala is MacGuffin. It could be anything.
Yeah.
But I feel like it'd be really good to have a visual of that.
Yeah.
Even describing what a mandala is, concentric circles with images of all sorts of shit. I don't know.
Yeah, we've talked about that, about describing what a mandala is. Having somebody do that, and I don't think I've done that yet.
So that could just be in the action text. When we're seeing it, it's we see a dragon mandala, which looks like this.
But you don't think to say that to the crowd, would that be too on the nose for someone to describe what a mandala is, even though that's the fucking title of the movie?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to hear somebody actually describe what it is. No? I want to see it in action text.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that in Los Alamos, dude. Whoa, what is that? It's a mandala. Do you know what a mandala is? No. Well, basically, it's
yeah.
Man. Yeah, this goes back. This goes back a long time.
It does. Longer than we can know.
Longer we can know.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
And is that okay? Do we need to see Hollis doing more? Because that was totally just a thrown in thing, obviously, because of the typos and stuff. But I just wanted to see Hollis doing something. I didn't know if we wanted to see him stressed like Vincelli, if we wanted to see him marching somewhere.
Oh no, dude, I wrote it in here. What he should do is he should begin redacting sections.
Redacting. Okay, yeah.
He opens up the binder and looks at it and just starts blocking shit out.
Okay, I like that. That's perfect.
Talk about this. I got to get this binder ready for Craig Staples to look at, and I don't think he needs to read this part. Just instant, redacting.
That's basically his whole character, isn't it?
That's what he does. Yeah, that's his purpose in life. To redact the truth.
People. Yeah.
You've been redacted.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so good. Vincelli going through papers, looks over the contents. It appears to be a lawsuit. Great.
Yeah, so you highlighted that. That's just like a
I could see almost maybe like Vincelli is sitting there with a glass of scotch,
okay.
and like once it appears to be a lawsuit, he just like downs the scotch.
Or maybe that's when he pulled it out.
Oh yeah, right. Okay.
Because he wouldn't just have it sitting out in his trailer if he's trying to portray this
True.
sober guy. So maybe,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Maybe
then he goes and
yeah, a
yes.
little drawer cabinet right under his chair or something like that. Just pulls it out,
Mm-hmm.
pops it on the kind of
Right.
like in the commissioner when the commissioner dies in The Dark Knight. He's like, I've come up with a solution for this a long time ago.
Yeah.
And he takes out the not Commissioner Gordon, the old commissioner, and he puts the Jameson or whatever on the table, and then he
right.
obviously dies from drinking it, but something like
Right.
along those lines.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Abigail's getting really grumpy with me. She just gave me like a groan. I think she was getting annoyed.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's what she literally did. Talk
Yeah.
about Batman more, John. Jesus.
Oh my God! Talking about Batman again. We just watched Batman.
We just watched.
Let it go. Why do we fall, Bruce? Okay,
right.
so my only note for wait. Okay, so interior Buddhist tent. What the fuck did I mean here? As I look most closely as the monks add the last beads of a sand to the mandala, gets an alert on her phone, robotically checks it, sees a story about breaking news from Los Angeles. LAPD attempt.
Yeah, maybe you didn't like the headline. I just kind of threw that together.
No, I don't know if I can't remember what it was that I'm trying to think there. If that was like some of these things, like I feel like should be their own action text.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably what that was. That makes sense.
Yeah.
To kind of amplify it a little bit.
To amplify it. That's what this next note is. So Dr. Teen answers a worker's question, glances up to Jeff. Space. Jeff sees the cable out of place, crawls out over the stage to get it. Space. He reaches out to grab it, and as soon as he touches it, space, he's electrocuted and falls onto his death.
Yeah.
So just like really like this happens, and then this happens, and then boom, because it's just
I want to. Yeah, and now that I'm reading it too, like we could cut because it's still not like that Godfather scene because this is still essentially just cutting to Jeff and then watching him die again with all the other stuff happening before. So we could cut all the other little blips into two parts. Like, so Jeff's on the grid, and then we see Hollis putting the binder on the desk with the mandala on it. Then we cut away from him before he redacts, and then we go to Vincelli. He sits down, he sees the lawsuit, and then we cut away from him, and then we go to Chris again, and then we can cut back to Hollis. We're starting to redact, and then we can cut back to Chris, and then we can cut back to Vincelli. Pulling out the alcohol, and then we can cut back to, because I think that's what we meant to do all along, but I didn't do it again. So,
but it was first step was really getting all of these other pieces in there.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with that. Yeah, just each one of those can be split into pretty much two. And then I still think just like the last thing, like the part where he reaches out to grab it, and as soon as he touches it, ... new line. He's electrocuted and falls. Like that should be a one line right there. He's electrocuted and falls 30 feet onto the drum set dead. Like,
yeah. And that like, amplifies everything. Yeah. And then now that I'm thinking about it, that Abigail's gonna be mad at me again, but it is also like that scene in Batman where they kill the commissioner and then they kill the judge, and then the Joker shows up at Bruce's party. Like that's all the same kind of thing. Like it's build up. Wait, and then it's like he's coming for you, and then he chokes out Harvey Dent, and then he takes him in the back, and then he's gone, and then all of a sudden Joker shows up. It's the same kind of thing as that.
Exactly.
But also, just a side note, when I was watching that, why the fuck would Bruce Wayne leave Rachel when he knows the Joker's he's coming? And then he just takes Harvey Dent and hides Harvey Dent, but he wouldn't take Rachel and hide her. He leaves her out there to like possibly get killed until he changes into his bat outfit. Like
Batman's got his priorities all fucked up.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. You would have said, "Come with me."
I know, it's like, and he already took him and protected him.
Yeah.
He was like really, really concerned. Hey, he was really concerned about the politics. Like we need Harvey.
Yeah.
Wait, I need Rachel. Rachel. Maybe he didn't
Anyway,
want to leave.
yeah.
Maybe he didn't want to leave Harvey in there with her because he knew that Harvey and Rachel were kind of like boning on the side. And he's like, I don't want Harvey in the safe room to bang Rachel.
Oh.
I'm not looking. It's like, so I'll just leave her out with the Joker and deal with him later.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, Batman, you silly fuck.
Thinking with his
now,
dick.
Thor's going nuts over Batman. Let me give him a treat real quick.
Okay.
All right. What did I just open? Audition, Adobe Audition. No. Yeah, dude. So yeah. So just to recap, each one of those little scenes or locations, breaking them up into two, just like really to just like one thing and then to this thing and then to this thing to really like build up to that Godfather type thing, and then just like that last bit of text, like really just having when he to build that suspense, even in that one action touch, he reaches out to grab it. As soon as he touches it, ... he's electrocuted. New text, new action text, and falls 30, something like that. Just like make it so that when he's dead, it's its own line.
Yep.
Which sucks because now Jeff is dead.
Yeah, but at least he's dead later in the movie.
Yeah.
Maybe halfway. Now it's 2/3.
Yeah, that's good.
8 out of 12.
He's in there much longer. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. This is a story like that little description that you wrote of like the synopsis log line. Of just like woman and her friend go on this fucking shit. It's like they're the main characters together.
Yeah. They're forever linked for sure.
Yes. Okay, cool. Let's see. 81. It just didn't feel right. Something just didn't feel right to me that she just like freaks out and starts tearing apart her painting.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
I just see her like going into shock and just like kind of almost like collapsing or just being completely in a daze and screaming even like, but I don't know about tearing up. I don't know about the whole action of just like tearing up her shit.
Okay, yeah, because I had a question about that anyway, because that kind of complicates things a little bit later.
What about her? Yeah, it tears it up because then we see it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we could just get rid of that. So what does she do then?
She's just in another realm altogether. Like it's like
curl up in a ball. Does she like collapse? Just stand there? Does Chris grab her? Like,
she's in another realm altogether. All I could just see it's like all sound like that high pitch like that like that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Chris and Vincelli are like talking to her, but she's just like not hearing. It's just seeing the mouths. She's seeing the mouths move, but she can't hear anything.
Okay.
She could collapse onto the floor, just like not fully like pass out, but just like her knees give out and she just like drops down to the floor.
Okay,
and like Chris comes down trying to console her, but she's just like staring off.
I also had, so there are monks in the room. There are Buddhist monks in the room.
Yeah, they're like,
and like they're healers.
Mm-hmm.
So someone's going through a traumatic thing. Do they? I know they're in the end of their ceremony, so maybe they're part of their like culture is to like not deviate from that. Like they're zoned in on finishing the ritual before they do anything else. Or does one of them or somebody like go? Does a monk try to like
You know what they do?
energetically help her.
Yeah, you know what they do? It's the monks gather up the grains of sand in a special pot, wrap it in silk, walk over to Lily, and give it to her.
They give
They
it
like
to
they hand like she's on the floor, and then like the monk comes up and she's just staring, and then she like looks up and the monk is like there and just hands her the remains of the mandala basically.
Ooh.
And she's just holding it and looking up at the monk, and the monk gives her like a fucking look like
Yeah. Okay.
And then that could be an object for her later on if we ever find a time where she has that, like she could have that with her or something.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like Jeff's ashes.
It's like Jeff's ashes basically. Yeah. Wow.
Would that work? Do you think that?
That's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know, but like, does that make sense in this story? I think, yeah.
I think so.
And
Yeah.
because my thought was just like the monks they wouldn't do nothing if they.
No, they would.
You
They
know?
would. You're right. They wouldn't just like walk away.
And we couldn't just. It's like a great opportunity. It's like how often do you have a group of monks hanging around in a room in a scene? You know.
Yeah, of course. We they're not just in the background. Hold on one second. Get over here. Get in here. Get in here, buddy. But yeah, like I feel like they yeah, so what is it here? So something bad. The monks gather the grains of sand in a special pot. It's like they're wait. Before the very first thing, maybe before in this scene on 81 and Vincelli enters, Lily senses something. Maybe before Vincelli enters, again to bookend it, where the end of this scene is with the monks giving her the sand. The very first line could be something about the monks doing their chanting. They're like their throat singing, like
Okay.
you know, and they're in the process of raking up the mandala. Like the because they already established it, but they're like still doing it. We just see them do that, and Lily is watching it. It's like she's observing it for the painting, and then Vincelli enters, and then this happens, and just at that point, the monks gather the sand at the very end. She's like in shock and everything, so it could be intercut with like her going into shock and the high pitched frequency, everything getting drowned out, and she kind of falls to the ground. Kind of intercut with like the mandala, like the monks just putting the sand into the thing, and they just like naturally like come over and give it to her.
Mm-hmm. But the scene starts with them chanting. You're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
like
right,
so it's
right
like
right when we get into the tent as an audience, they're already.
So here's a specific action. Okay, so when the monks are dismantling or destroying the mandala, the way they do it is, I think I told you, like they take like a stone and they scrape it like
yeah.
So like I could see the first thing, it's like interior Buddhist tent. We see one of the monks just doing and that's like, Jeff is dead. That's like, because that's what just happened. It's just that's happening. It's a scraping sound.
Yeah.
And then Vincelli enters and Lily's watching it. I feel like Vincelli would be coming from behind her. It's like the door opens and she hears him, but she's not even seeing Vincelli, but she feels like, like senses something, like it's in here. Either turns around or Vincelli puts his hand on her shoulder or something. And that's when all of this stuff goes down. Yeah, it's like Lilith, what's going on? And as all this is happening, you hear the throat singing of the monks while they're scraping up the remains of the mandala. So like the very end.
So so maybe they're chanting and it's kind of in the.
Sorry.
It's okay. The chanting is just part of the sound of the environment, and then once Jeff dies and she kind of goes into this different state, then it's only the chanting we hear, maybe.
Yeah.
And then we see them finishing up their thing, and then Vincelli given his thing. We can't hear him talk. We can't hear Jeff. We see the monks chanting, and then at the end they it like kind of goes quiet and she looks up, and then they just hand it to her.
Yeah.
And then what happens then? And then
Yes, they hand it to her, and then it's just like her looking up at this monk, and the look in this monk's eyes is just like I just imagine this like almost like stare down, like she's there with like a spiritual person is there, like it's almost like when you're at a funeral and there's the priest and they're like forever they were blessed and they did their thing, they're giving like the final like sermon or whatever for their eulogy. But this is like the Tibetan version, this like little makeshift thing. It's like they're in this tent, and I just imagine her and Lily and this monk are just like staring at each other's eyes, like while Chris is trying to console her, like he's like talking to her but he can't hear her, and Sally's standing there fucking trying to make phone calls and shit. And it's just Lily like locking eyes with this monk.
This super intense, kind of bizarre spiritual moment where she's just like, what the fuck? Like, Jeff just died. Now I'm having this moment with a monk, and he's handing me this sacred like sand. Yeah. Cool. That's fucking intense, man.
Yeah.
And then do they just leave, and then she kind of comes back into it, and then Vincelli's like, Lilith.
Well, so like the way I see this, it's like while they're locking eyes like that, again, like before when she was in Darren Brown's hotel room and she's at peace and we hear the sound of the base of the dome, like we're locking eyes with this monk and they're like having this like telepathic communication with each other. And then all of a sudden you hear 10, 9, 8, and then it cuts to this next shot. The satellite's going up, so you hear the sound of that shit happening as they're locking eyes with each other, and it's almost like Lily knows. It's like we're experiencing this omnidirectional perspective where Lily knows that Jeff was right about everything, and we're seeing the satellites going up, and we're like, yeah, Jeff was. This is oh shit, now things are really fucking going crazy in this movie.
Holy cow. Okay.
10, 9.
I like
8.
that. Because then you're like, wait, what now? What now?
Yeah, 10, count on the fucking what? What's going on? Yeah, it's like, is this part of the dome? What's happening? And then the fucking satellite's going up.
And then we can easily and then we have that, and then we have Vincelli doing the convincing.
Yeah, doing that thing, trying to get her to go, and Chris is getting annoyed a little bit. She decides she could do it. Yeah, because after the satellites and that epic like satellite launch moment, when we cut back, she's kind of got her shit back together a little bit. She's not in shock. The monks are just gone.
Yeah.
They could even like, I feel like this conversation that they're having is like they're like on the move. Like they're like Vincelli's like kind of getting her to try to go to where the the stage is to do the dome. Like she's still in shock a little bit, but she's walking. And I feel like this conversation is happening like literally right on the side of the stage. Like Vincelli's plan is, like maybe I can get her shit together and bring, just we're on a time schedule. It's like, bring her right to the stage so that like all we have to do is just like get up on the stage and go. It's like going down that initial hallway or whatever. I don't know the layout of the dome.
There is no layout. Nobody knows the fucking layout, dude.
No fucking layout.
Magical place with hallways. I don't know. No idea.
In a basement.
It's just a big open room. There's a recording studio. There's a studio.
There's like a tent. There's a Buddhist tent.
Literally no idea, dude.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It's a magical place.
It's a magical place. That's part of it. I don't even know how to get around in this place. It's like fucking Wonderland in there.
Yeah, it really is.
It literally is, yeah.
We can just say we're pulling the Kubrick, The Shining thing, where he made it so it's to discombobulate you and confuse you. We're like, wait, they didn't come through that door, and they didn't
Impossible rooms. Yeah. Absolutely. The dome should be fucking just like that.
Fucking, yeah, we should even have Jeff say that at some point. Is this a fucking maze in here? Like, where am I?
Yes. Yeah. I like that a lot.
And like when he goes down in the basement, we could have him go through one door and then come out another door or something like just like
yeah,
or there's a window down there. Just like wait, what? There's a
mm-hmm.
fucking window down here. Like
yeah, perspective shifts and all that.
oh yeah,
yeah, oh yeah.
just finishing up this last thing real quick.
Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. Wow, this is crazy. It's really good.
It is. Okay, so we hear the countdown.
Mm-hmm. All the monk is giving her a fucking.
Mm-hmm. And then we see the rockets or the satellite rockets, and god damn it.
It's like we're hearing the countdown at the same time we're hearing chanting. Like there's one, I feel like it's one monk giving her the thing, and the other monks are still chanting in the background. So you hear the chanting and the locking eyes and the intensity, but then you start to hear the rocket boosters igniting and the countdown beginning at the same time you're hearing the monks.
Okay.
So you're hearing like monks and launch of satellites simultaneously happening.
So the monks are launching the satellites, is what you're saying.
That's literally what they're. Yeah.
It goes from the to the
yes.
all the same noise. Oh yeah,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yep.
I like that.
That's fucking sick, dude.
And then when we come back, they're already on their feet. They're out of the tent. You're saying, and
out of the tent and walking to the side.
Okay.
Yeah. To where like this. Ultimately, when she's about to go on stage, she's there. So like when this conversation ends, and she decides she can do it, which is page. Okay, so I mean it's like at the end of this on page 83, there's interior of the dome side stage. Mm-hmm. Like that whole conversation leads you to that point. Leads you to this. It's like a conversation on the go down a hallway or whatever, down one of the maze hallways to the side stage where Lily reaches it. And that's it. It's just like instead of it all happening in the Buddhist tent, statically cutting to that, it's just we're on the move to get to that point where that's happening.
And I kind of like that we don't see Lily get up. It's just kind of Vincelli works his magic, gets her up and gets her moving without her really being super aware of it. And then she's already, and then by the time she becomes like fully back into it, they're already on the way. So she's in the motion of almost performing already. Like, oh yeah, we're going to the show. Here we go. It's like, wait, what?
Yep.
Oh, okay, yeah, here we go. All right.
And when we cut away from it to the satellite launch, and the fact when we cut back and she's up on her feet walking again, it'll almost like we'll do a little Darren Brown mind wipe of like we just show you this really crazy like monk death scene, this whole crazy scene, and then just it goes away. It's almost like something so abstract, so quick that it just doesn't. You won't remember it if you try to think of it right away, but you'll feel it. You'll still be feeling it.
I like that. Yeah, and the rockets just take it all away.
Yep, the rockets just take it all away.
Okay, so all right, yeah, and then she has the I can do it. He's like, you don't have to. I can do it. And then she remembers her little. Stop calling me that. My name's Lily.
What page is this again? 80 what?
82. He's like, Lilith.
Yeah, I just lost my place. Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Give her a minute. Yeah. So all this is still so the same conversation you're saying, but
just
on the way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there's just a couple of things I'll change there.
And it's like even when she's kind of like apprehensive or not able to do this, she's still on the move, but she's like because of the dome and because of Vincelli just kind of guiding her, it's just like the whole time she's still walking to exactly the place that she knows she's got to go. Like she's going on stage, even though she's like in her mind, like consciously, she might be thinking like, where the fuck is the door to get out of this place? And she's just like walking, because of course the place is constantly shifting because it's the dome. So she's just like, I gotta get out of here. But she just like magically ends up right where Vincelli wanted her anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, just end up side stage. We hear the crowd
Yeah.
louder and louder. Yeah. Yeah. And then the tattoo thing, and then Chris, at some point, Chris could be like, because we could see her carrying the pot still with the sand in it, just kind of being like, I don't know what to do with this, while she's like arguing with Vincelli, and they're walking, and she's just holding on to this sacred pot with sand, just like what, just the confusion, the amount of stuff she's feeling, but she's, like you said, she's still going towards the show. She's still going where Vincelli wants her.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know, all of a sudden, he does this little thing like, okay, you don't have to, and he's like, no, I will. And he fakes the call, like, oh, we got to cancel the show. And then I feel like she's just kind of left there with this pot, and then I don't know, gives it to Chris, or like,
Stop. Yeah, I feel like she gives it to Chris.
And then she sees her little tattoo and or whatever it's going to
smiles.
be, and then it kind of smiles, and then
eat its ass.
Eat its ass.
And that's good.
And then right back to the show.
Yep.
Right back, and then we could see her, click into her professional mode.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Shit, that's fucking crazy. What we just
we
melded together there. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's gonna be a beautiful scene. So her painting is done, and it's left alone, and it's fine.
Still fine.
Totally
work in progress still.
And then when Vincelli later is like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore, it makes we're going with somebody else. That's still in there.
Because Lily doesn't really get too angry throughout this movie. She's not an angry person.
Right.
She's a tortured person. But she doesn't really get angry. She's never really destroyed anything she's done before.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, bottom of 83. Oh, you just highlighted that probably because we talked about before. Okay.
Yeah, but that's all good.
Okay.
Okay, so 84. Good. Matt, Lily talking. Okay, so let's see now. 85. I just highlighted Lily gives Matt a card with her number on it. Part of me just thought, I'm like, does she just keeps like cards in her pocket with like a number on it?
Yeah, you could easily get her number.
Like it could just be assumed that they have each other's numbers, I think.
Yeah.
He
would have access. He's a tech savvy guy. He's been around. He was friends with Jeff.
And we could assume that if they're on the phone, they off screen figured out how to get each other's numbers or whatever.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah. So it's like, let's talk soon. They nod intently at each other, and Lily leaves.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
just like hangover from Uncle Bruce stuff.
Yep.
I'll get to the payphone.
Yeah.
I'll get my beeper.
Gotta get to the payphone. I know how am I gonna call them? I'm nowhere near a payphone right now. Oh my god, that is hilarious. That's a good point. Hangover. I'm gonna get my beeper. Beeper. Give you my beeper number. Oh, fuck! How am I gonna get in touch with them? I don't even have a payphone. Is there a payphone in Stanford or what? Yeah, get in a car, drive to a payphone. Ran out of gas on the way to the payphone.
Yeah, there's not a gas station. Jeez, yeah, crazy times.
Wow.
86.
Okay, yeah, 86. So I was thinking, let's see. So it's at the bottom of 85. An accident on the set of the extremely popular Liquid Crystal tour leads to the death of 30-year-old Jeff Domino. I was thinking, instead of that part with this will come as crushing news to any of the fabric and all that stuff, I feel like that could be an action text line of like a video montage of Jeff and the fabric and like pictures of him or something like that.
Okay.
And then just back to the next part. It's the show's producer, Vincelli, was unavailable for comment. More developments on what's being dubbed Skid Row Massacre. Action text of all that stuff, seeing the police officers and, like footage of the aftermath. Yeah. I love that word, aftermath. Okay. And then, protests have ignited all around Los Angeles, a number of other cities. Yeah. So just cutting out those two parts, adding some action text. We don't need such a big blurb from News Anchor.
News Anchor 3.
News Anchor 3. I could be one of these news anchors, I think. Maybe.
Could be all the news anchors, too.
Yeah. Just put like different like mustache on or something. Okay, cool. So yeah, like no justice, no peace. New studio. Okay, this is all good. Good President Bacon stuff here. Um, I think I just when I was on 87, I feel like the protests have worked in the past to raise awareness, and I think it can work now. Just I don't know. Just I didn't think that needed to be in there.
Okay.
But wait, let me see. If the protests are a proper response, and I support them as long as they remain peaceful. I understand their anger and passion. Something needs to be done. We all just need to work together.
Okay. Yeah.
And just yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
Okay, moving on. Okay, 88. What did I say here? Was it?
Space action.
Okay, yeah. So
Like more, yeah, like we've been doing before, just kind of
yeah,
as more,
separate line
yeah.
for that. Yeah.
Because this is always a confusing kind of interaction. Like one group's
Mm-hmm.
walking in, we're following one, they see each other, and then one goes in, and then we follow the other one. So yeah, I get
Yeah.
it needs to be more
Right.
clear,
Mm-hmm.
easier to follow.
Yes. Okay, cool. 89. Hollis. Okay. All right. Craig
Growing,
Staples on 89.
yeah, growing out of control.
Yeah. Yeah. It's growing out of control. It pretty much is already,
Hmm.
as far as, as far as they care.
Right.
Okay. Interior Hotel doing her day. That's good.
And you
Pentagon. Okay.
need
So
more
here, Colonel Hollis.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. The long monologue.
Yeah, so I think at least my initial reaction was just to break it up with a few action texts. I
Hmm.
don't know what the action text would be, but just like
He
a
like
few.
looks around the room, like
Mhm.
people looking at each other, or if you what do you think, maybe going back to Lily in the hotel, or do you think staying in the room, or what were you thinking?
Maybe for the first one we stay in the room, and then for the next one we go back to Lily. We get or which vice versa.
Hmm.
It's like, firstly, I'd like to state the president has put us in this situation. All this could have been avoided if our intelligence departments, the CDC, had proper funding. The day he took office was the day our country lost the one thing we truly needed: protection. And then action text of like, the rest of the fucking Skeksis at the table being like, yes, fuck the president. We don't like it. It's like the Dr. Strangelove moment at the war room.
Yeah.
It's like maybe, like even some of them are like clapping or like, like doing the knocking the hands
Like
on the.
cultish, like we've been
Mm-hmm,
talking about.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm. But some of them aren't. That could be in an action text.
Yeah. I like that. Because we don't really know what the rest of the room is thinking except for the two dissenters.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is just kind of sitting there, but then the other guys are like, whoa, what's going on? But we don't really know what the other guys
Yeah,
are
those
doing.
guys,
I
those
like
guys should be like
I
totally
like
all
that.
about it.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. That adds more fuel to the fire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then there's a part in there, nothing more than a Hollywood package TV image. I think that hyphen has a space.
Okay. Hollywood.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
yeah. You see what I mean?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so as he cut our defense budget in order to support this ridiculous homeless bill, like that, like ending on that note too, it just emphasizes it because of
Hmm.
the fact that you know the the bacon, the bacon man himself is like fuck you.
Uh,
Um.
all right, and then down more description of the dragon
Okay.
mandala.
Yeah. So wait. Yeah. So Dragon. We need a more descriptive explanation what the Dragon Mandala looks like.
How about you do that and you send it to me?
I will. Yeah.
Okay.
I will. I will. Yeah.
Write
Okay.
down just like a paragraph or something of a description about it, and then I could put
Sure.
that a variation of
Mm-hmm.
that, and every time we see it.
Perfect. Will do. Yes.
Okay. V5. What does an
Yes, it's like
entertainment?
what does an entertainment
Oh
company
yeah.
have to do
Okay,
with
that's
this?
good.
Because just to again
We
emphasize
haven't
what
heard we
V5
haven't
is.
heard from V5 in a while, so we might have forgotten what V5 is.
Yeah, last time we heard what V5 was in the like first 10 pages or whatever when Vincelli is explaining what they do. What does
Right,
an
right.
entertainment company have to do with this? Because then later on after this is when Vincelli is like, yeah, we're working with the government to get the vaccine. So it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Colonel Patience, James.
Zero
Okay, so like,
Oswald Burton. You can't
yeah,
tell what
this
he looks like with that fucking name, Alex.
he almost looks like Michael Caine and the Penguin. Anytime I see Oswald, I
Oh,
always think
Oswald, yeah.
Oswald Cobblepot,
Oswald
dude.
Cobb, yeah, it's hard not to.
Yeah. I'm Oswald Cobblepot, program coordinator for the Penguin Company.
He just floats in on his umbrella.
Yeah. Oh my god.
That's so disgusting. That whole when I rewatch that movie's just gross.
Batman Returns.
Oh my god, every penguin scene is just disgusting.
Oh, guys, like drooling, and
Ugh.
just like gross.
What does he eat? Like a
slimy.
fish?
Yeah.
What does he? Just
Yeah,
so
like, the toxic waste and like
the whole thing.
nasty.
Well, and even Nicole Kidman is living.
Or Michelle Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer, even she's like living gross. Like
Yeah,
her apartment is disgusting, and the cats. Like that movie, just watching it for the first time in a while, I'm just like, ugh.
It's gross. Oh my god.
Okay, yeah. So basic description. I'll just describe him as
just like
bad guy.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah. Yeah, he could be like, I don't know, Hispanic.
Hispanic Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Hispanic Danny DeVito. Oswald Burton. Hispanic Danny DeVito. What? It's like, yes, I'm Oswald Burton.
You get the idea.
He's like a regular Hispanic Danny DeVito. Prototypical. Oh my
Okay.
God, that's hilarious. Okay.
All right. So then, yeah, you're good with
the rest of that.
this stuff. Obviously, Uncle Bruce will have something to say about that. But
yeah, I didn't even write like that part. He'll definitely want to. I know the other part that I think he might have some suggestions or notes on is later on when Vincelli is describing people getting the vaccine before they go to the dome. Yeah, I think I heard him say, it's like, yeah, vaccines don't work that quickly.
Yeah.
You don't get a vaccine and you're fucking vaccinated, you're free and clear. So there might be a way he'll have some sort of.
Yeah, and we don't especially in this day and age where a vaccine is like everyone's thinking about a vaccine, we don't want to give misinformation about.
No.
Do not want to do that.
No.
Want to be we have a
responsibility slope anyway.
Yeah.
So
we
yeah,
have a moral responsibility to be accurate, especially about a vaccine at this point.
Yeah. Well, I saw Mandala, and you got a vaccine, and everything's fine. So
I got the stamp, so I'm good.
I'm good.
Let's go party, bro.
Yes. Let's go to the Liquid Crystal show.
Yeah, man.
So yeah, we'll deal with that later.
Yeah. Okay, so
okay.
To 93 here. Moving on.
Okay, yeah, let's see. Business Oswald Burton, 92.
Joining us again. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us again. It's like, I'm happy to be here, Bob. Okay. Yep, Vincelli, good. Yep, Vincelli is smug. Yeah, that's the part where he's talking about the vaccines. Okay, so news anchor. Okay, so 200. Later on, the next time we see cases, it's 600,000. So I was thinking like 200,000, a little bit higher.
Wait, yeah.
On 95.
Yep.
Just more people sick with the swine flu.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see. News anchor 4. As of today, every state has had at least one protest in response to the Skid Row massacre.
Okay. Yeah.
Making this the largest major movement in decades. And I was thinking that thus far they've remained peaceful, minus a few scuffles between police who want to be looters. I think we could just see that.
Okay.
We could just see peaceful protests in like multiple cities happening, and police just like standing there, looking at each other, being like, "What do we do?"
Mm-hmm.
Just like we could see that in an action text.
Okay. Show don't tell, right? Show don't tell.
Show don't tell. And we already had told through the peaceful stuff. Like I think the president mentioned it at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Lily and Jeff talked about it at one point. So
agreed. Yeah.
So we could just see that, and plus it'll be good to see, the world as it's getting more escalated with the Skid Row and the pandemic.
Right.
Okay. Cool. All right. So this is good. Lily and the president talking like that. All right. So 98. Pulls out the card with Lily's beeper number on it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, you got a beeper? Yeah.
Turns
Never
off the
leave home
music.
without it. Another gorgeous suite. So you're dressing. Chris finished dressing because it's not like they're going to a protest. They are going to a protest.
Preparing to go to a protest. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Lily, it's Matt Harrison. Do you have a second? They talk's like, no, I can't fucking do that. I'm Lilith the rock star. I can't go on a fucking Stanford with you.
Yeah.
Did you bring your corporate glasses? Okay, so page 100, I think that was just a typo for Lily. Her
Oh yeah,
name.
yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think for a second I wasn't sure if it was Lily or Chris.
No, it's definitely Lily. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Vincelli getting all, accept it and move on. Really good. Painting is fine. I wasn't sure. I had a hard time figuring out if this was the right way to do it. But was it like a crowd of thousands gathers with signs or a crowd of thousands gather with signs?
A crowd of thousands gather with signs. Yeah.
Okay.
What did
I was looking at that for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, a crowd of thousands gather. The crowd is one thing, and the crowd. Wait, no, a crowd of thousands. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is gathers. A crowd gathers.
Crowd gathers.
A crowd of thousands gathers. I think it might be gathers, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
It sounds funny.
It just sounds like thousands gathers.
Because we're talking about a crowd.
1,000 gather.
And a crowd gathers.
If it was,
thousands gather.
Thousands gather, but a crowd of thousands gathers.
Words, man.
I like it. Yeah, keep it gathers. Let's see. Okay, moving on. Okay, so page 104.
All right.
Okay, so I was thinking when this whole intercut's going on with Season going nuts, lunging at the monkey, I feel like Jennifer's first reaction is to tranquilize him, not to turn the music off. Like the first reaction, the monkey's going nuts. She tranquilizes him and then pulls out the music.
Yeah.
Silence.
That makes sense. That makes way more sense. That would be her first instinct.
Yeah. And it's like if she turned off the music first, it might be like a little like, oh wait, how'd you know that?
Yeah.
Even though it's very shortly after this that we realize she's part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, but you're right. Okay. Chaos erupts. You just want me to add that in there just to throw some lights on it?
Yeah, the rubber bullets of the protesters. Chaos erupts and Lily gets hit in the arm.
All right, so here we are with the phone. Or wait, no, not yet.
Yes. Almost.
Yeah, she drops her phone here.
She drops her phone. Okay, so I say, what the hell is that? No, Matt pulls out his phone. I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. Why? Oh, I was thinking there could be a line there. It's like, so it's like Jennifer's like, what the hell was that? And he's like, was that normal? And she's like, no. He pulls out his phone. He's like, I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. I can see Jennifer being like, why? And then Matt can say something else like why? Like, because he's the only one that he's the only one that knows the language. He has to say something there. Like, I'm not sure what it is.
What does he say? Let's figure it out.
Yeah. Let's see. No, I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. Why? Because he might have the answers for what's going on right now. Well, it's a simple line from here. Yeah, it could be a simple line here. Yeah, right.
Okay, Alex. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
Come on, dude. It's real simple.
Yeah, just a real simple line right there. Like, because. Why? It's just because.
Yeah, right. That would be the simplest line.
That is the most simplest.
Jennifer. Yeah, because he.
Tell Dr. Teen immediately. Why? Because
he knows everything.
What is Jen? Yeah, what is Jen? Why is Jennifer's like, I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately? What does Dr. Teen have to do with this? There. What does Dr. Teen have to do with this?
That's what she said.
Oh, wait, no. Never mind. Fuck. Too easy. I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. And
I mean,
she's
does
like,
he have to say
why?
that? Let's
What's
think.
that?
Does he have? He could say. Does he have to say that? I think it's just so he could bring up Dr. Teen, and then so that she could be like, "Oh, Dr. Teen, he's here." I think that the intention of that line is just to bring him into conversation.
Oh, right.
So it doesn't need to be like, "I need to tell Dr. Teen." It could just be like, maybe she could say. So he just needs to say
Is that
something to
normal?
prompt her
Yeah.
to say that this is her Dr. Teen's project. So we just needed to learn that this is Dr. Teen's project.
Yeah.
This is his project, and he's here right now. So why would she say that?
This is his project. He's having a meeting about it right now.
So he could still say, "I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately," but it's
Yeah.
I don't. It could be something else. Like, what would Dr. Teen do?
It's like, why? I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. Why? Why would Jennifer? It's like, what does Dr. Teen have to do with this?
Or he could maybe see something in the room that has like his name on it, or
Yeah, I need to send Dr. Teen immediately.
maybe she could say, "I need to talk to Dr. Teen." To be honest,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
then he could,
and then he's like, what? Dr. Teen's
yeah,
here?
yeah.
That makes more sense.
She's like, "Fuck, I need to call that." Like she's still like, "Oh, this is," but I don't know. Would she? Because she's in on it. So would she like bring up
Oh
Dr.
yeah,
Teen?
right. Yeah.
But she does willingly just say this is his project and he's here right now in a meeting. So she's obviously okay with. Maybe she already thinks that Matt is caught. I don't know. It's a tricky one.
No. I mean, I could be overcomplicating it. Maybe
Yeah.
there is no simple answer for that. Thor, stop. Yeah, I mean, see, Matt pulls out his phone. I need to tell Dr. Teen immediately. Why? Oh, instead of her saying this is his project, maybe it's like she answers her own. Well, because she's telling him. I mean, she tells him. She like if she was really in on it, and she was really trying to keep it secret, she wouldn't even mention that Dr. Teen was there
Agreed.
at all.
Yeah.
So, in a way, she's not necessarily in on it at the same level that everyone else is in on it in that room. It's like compartmentalization.
Mm-hmm.
She knows he's there. She knows she's working on something. Maybe she doesn't know that Matt was uncovering shit because the thing with Season went off and like kind of triggered her a little bit. Isabel, stop. So it's like, why? And then she could be like, is it because this is his project?
Oh, okay.
And then
yeah, and then he could be like, "Wait, what?" And then he's like,
then,
"Yeah."
and he's like, wait, what? His project? And then she could say, he's here having a meeting about it right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't about what Matt needed to say. It was about what Jennifer needed to.
Yeah.
Something, a question rather than a statement. It's because it's his project? What do you mean fucking his project? What are you talking about? Oh, he's always in the other room. We're going to kill you later.
What? Nothing.
Nothing. You want to talk to him? Don't worry, buddy.
Yeah, she could be kind of naive.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to be evil, super evil Jennifer Connelly. It could just be like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, exactly.
She could be just be like, "Oh, because it's his project." Like,
Yeah.
no, I could tell him, or maybe she's. Yeah.
Like I have to tell Dr. T. Yeah. It's like, oh, why? It's like, I mean, is it because it's his project? Wait, his project? What the fuck? Jennifer, you Son of a bitch. Start calling women sons of bitches from now on.
Yeah, there you go. Gender reversal.
Yep. Mandala, the gender reversal fairy tale. We were going to kill James Franco, but then he turned into a woman.
I couldn't kill him because that'd be sexist.
That'd be sexist. All right, so that's that. I think that's
yeah, and I'll
good.
see how it flows when I'm doing it.
Okay.
All right, and then we get to the phone finding.
Yeah.
So we did talk about him just sending it to her email, and then so when she loses her phone, it's not a big deal because she just gets a new phone and she could check her email.
So, yeah, there's a miscontinuity here, because the thing is the recording that he took on his phone, it was a recording of the conversation between Hollis and Vincelli and those guys.
Yeah.
But then the way it kind of reads later on is that before, when the signal cuts out and before those guys bust into the room, Matt's trying to call Lily to get a hold of her. But we see the phone on the ground as the chaos and protests are happening.
Yeah.
We see the missed calls. So he never actually, it's not really clear like whether or not he left a voicemail. So, but what he does do is he sends her the audio recording from that surveillance. So what that could be, it's like, because I instead of Chris finding the phone, that seems a little weird to me.
Yeah.
So, but I really do like seeing the shot of the phone and Lily's gone, and she needs to lose the phone so that they can't track her. So that stays. But so when Matt's on the phone trying to call her, it doesn't work. He ends up emailing her the recording, so that later on, when they're in the trailer, some way or another, she ends up checking her email.
Yeah. So okay, all right, we could talk about that when it gets there. Yeah, that's way more realistic, I guess.
Because like all those things need to be in there. But like, yeah, because she can't have the phone, but she needs to get the recording.
Yeah.
But the recording is not a voicemail. It's like one of those files from Matt's phone. Matt's,
okay.
Special technology phone. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see when we get there. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking maybe we don't even give her a new phone after she breaks this one because she broke the leash and they can't trust her anymore to go off. So he's like, we're not even giving you a new phone. We're just tracking you. We're going to keep an eye on you 24/7.
Yeah. We microchipped you when you were unconscious.
And we're not through the vaccine, just like Bill Gates wanted.
Yeah.
And then, so are we saying that she doesn't have, because the buildup comes, a lot of the suspense comes from her finding out in Chris's trailer that that's when she first hears the message. So how can we make it so that makes sense that she hasn't had access to the internet before then? Because if she could have gotten on a computer or an iPad or anything, she could have easily checked her email and gotten the message.
Maybe she just had, well, at this point, she's also on antidepressants.
Okay.
She's fucking defeated.
Yeah. So, or it could be like, Chris gives her his phone and she's like, I got to check my email. And she's
scrolling through and there's tons of like bullshit email, spam and whatnot. But then she finds one from Matt Harrison, who's been missing this whole time now. And she's like, what? Matt? Like, and then she sees it and it's the fucking recording and they both can hear it on speakerphone.
Okay.
And it's on Chris's phone.
Right.
So it's like she trusts him to take his phone, to
right.
It's not like, here, take my phone and bring it to the president.
Yeah. And then we could just have a line in there somewhere where Vincelli says, or or Lily tells Chris, yeah, they're not letting me have a new phone, just to kind of
Mm-hmm.
throw that in there.
Yeah. I have to use a beeper now. You don't get a phone, but you can make fax messages. You can send fax.
Okay.
Fax machine.
Okay. And then, all right. So
yeah, I think the next note was on 108 after she doos into the water. Hospital. You know what? That line, that's again one of my little didn't matter, doesn't matter lines. It was like, you okay to you're okay. That's stupid. I feel silly I wrote that.
and then you saw, I don't know, I think we talked about it that since Barnhart's not there anymore, I made it that Vincelli went and pulled her out of the water. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Like subtly suggesting that because he's damp. No, I like that. That makes sense.
All right.
Better that way, because the way that Barnhart is introduced now, he's got more of a role. Like the way it was before, this is like one of the first times we see like not one of the first times, but it was always a little kind of weird. It's like it was like we were forcing Barnhart to be here. He didn't want to be here.
Yeah, true.
Guys, why am I supposed to be?
We were making him care more.
Yeah, I just want to be like in the helicopter at the end.
Yeah, you're making me less badass, man. I want to be more.
I know. Okay.
Then we get into it. Then it all happens. Okay.
110 looks good. 111 looks good. Oh shit! What the fuck? Okay, 112.
Here we go. Oh yeah.
Okay, sorry, I was looking out for you, but I was trying to be. Sorry, I was looking for you, but I was trying to be overt. Yeah, I found your phone at the protest.
Yeah.
On email. Okay, so then down, Lily plays Matt's messages on speakerphone, and it's not a message. And I feel like it would be good to even have an action or a line of dialogue or an action text that just in italics of just like repeating the essential message.
Right.
That we heard Vincelli and those guys say.
Yeah.
Like it could be just italics.
Yeah. Just the key line that we need to know that they're gonna kill him.
Yeah, because then when she's like, "Oh my God, they're going to kill someone," I think it'll be more motivated for her to say that, because the way it reads right now is just kind of like we have to remember. Right. We have to remember what was said, rather than it's like she can't believe what she's hearing. Neither can Chris. Oh my God, they're going to kill someone.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I put refer to page 106 of
Perfect.
Yeah, repeat of recording. Okay. And right. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Lily, this is much. It's like, well, was it? She hands Chris her phone. I do. Well, I can't. It's the only way. And it's like it's Chris's phone, so that could be. Yeah. That could be just either synthesized or just like you have to get that phone. You have to go to the president. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
But I feel like also adding this thing in there that this is much bigger than we can imagine, because there's that part where she's like, we can't let anything happen to him. I can't let him die too. That's her personal reason for doing this. But also she's not just doing this for herself. She's kind of carrying on the conspiracy stuff that Jeff had, which is like, this is much bigger than we can imagine.
Yeah.
So that's just like her honoring Jeff's reasons for doing this as well.
It reminds me of when you and Remington were arguing about Mars.
Oh my God. I remember that.
And that those two videos that I cut together of kind of just chaos. You guys, and one of the things that you said was there are bigger things going on here, Remington. And I just
it's like pointing in his face like, hey, Remington. Oh my God, dude, I was so drunk.
You guys were like, let's have a mock argument, and I forgot who was arguing what, but you were like kind of agreeing but disagreeing at the same time.
Yeah. Wow. At the time, I don't know if I believed in like secret space program. I wonder what the hell I was arguing.
Saying Mars is us on another level, something along those lines.
Okay. Sounds like something I would have said back then, or even today, but who knows?
Yeah. There's bigger things going on here, Remington. I mean, Chris. Um, yeah. So just to re-emphasize the scope of things, and then also Lily realizes that like it's not just
Hmm.
about killing the president. There's a lot more
Right.
going on here. Yeah.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Like satellites.
Yeah.
Like that's visual representation of that. Oh my god, dude. Laser Bob just texted me as we were saying that. I was saying satellites, and he asked me if I saw Raised by Wolves.
oh wow. Okay.
Wow, trippy. Okay. Good
How
sign.
about, how about that? Yeah, definitely a good sign.
There's something bigger than us going on right now, man. Okay. Let's see. Okay, you're right. I can do this. Yeah, Chris takes it all in. You can. You have to go now. Good. Vincelli. I love this conversation with Vincelli and
Okay.
Lily.
Yeah.
Oh, and I was in Scotch instead of wine.
Yeah.
It seemed like it'd seem more a little hard. He's a little bit more hardcore than that.
Yeah. My only thing was that we've only seen. I wasn't sure if we were for Chris. His vice was only wine, or if it was alcohol in general. Just because we saw him drinking
Oh, well,
wine.
I can also. It's like a trailer. I feel like they've got everything in that trailer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Anything the actor could want. But yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. It's again doesn't
Yeah. No,
matter.
I hear you though. Scotch definitely fits Fincelli way more than
Yeah,
wine does,
and Pepsi.
especially in a moment like that.
Yeah, and Pepsi fits Lily any given day of the week. Okay, cool. AA never was. Yeah, I like this. All part of the pitch. And like the whole time this is happening, mind you, like having the like reiterating that recording that she just listened to where Vincelli is like conspiring to like murder somebody basically.
Mhm.
Like all the while Vincelli is like opening up like, hey, like let me be real. Let's have a real moment. And she's just like sitting there like, oh yeah, you motherfucker. But he gets to her because he is being genuine. So
Mhm.
I feel like once that's in there and we remind the audience like what is at stake here verbally, like with the recording that they have to get to the president, makes it that much more of like an intense moment when he's like, but ultimately it's up to you.
Mhm.
He's like feeling the crowd, believing Vincelli for once. It's like just after, man, I can't imagine the conflict of like knowing that this guy is about to murder the president or something. And yet you're somehow like, he somehow gets to you on an emotional level like that.
Mhm.
It's like, that's got to be weird.
That's how good he is. That's why he's the man. That's why he is Vincelli.
Yes.
Only he could do that.
Only he can do that. And I love
Right.
this again. V5 helicopter approaches. This is good. Whole thing.
Yeah. Did all that make sense? Like walking up, I didn't know what else to call it. The sound light structure. Like I didn't.
It's good.
Okay.
She somehow needs to see Chris.
Yeah. And did that come across?
I think like my concern about this last part here, like I wrote it into the notes later on 119, where I think she should see Chris sooner. I think she should
Okay.
somehow see Chris right before she plays Richie Havens.
Okay. Oh,
Because
and then it's kind of then she does
that's
feel
when
good.
she feels good.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why she does that.
Okay.
So
That makes more
ultimately,
sense. Yeah. Yeah.
so like I highlighted it like Chris sneaks past the guards, like just thinking
That should happen
that could be
before.
happen sooner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
Like
makes sense.
that's why, because then it's like, okay, we did it.
Yeah.
And that's resolved before the show begins.
Mm-hmm.
So then we can watch the show and be like, it's all good.
Yeah.
And then it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
And then so at the bottom of 119,
Mm-hmm.
the Lily continues performing, feeling the whole giant ellipse thing, spacing out, breaking that big
Mm-hmm.
paragraph up into a couple. I put some lines in there where I thought that might be appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Just for the sake of pacing and reading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I always get a little overwhelmed when I see a giant block of text like that.
Yeah, especially when it's supposed to be a building thing. You kind of get a little bit bored when you're reading a paragraph.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could even at certain lines just be like one line,
Yeah.
like just like boom, 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 like.
I feel like it used to be a lot more like that, and then over the drafts, it got kind of condensed, and then like an accordion, it's been going like this a lot. But I do agree it needs to be, especially parts like these, the second half of the movie, just more emphasis and more single lines to make the reader have an experience as well, like not just the viewer. Like we need to make this like fun to read and exciting to read.
Not just, and it's all there.
It's all there. It's just a matter of conveying it in an exciting way, because we want people to be like they say, a page turner. If you don't send somebody a page turner, they're going to stop reading it. It's like, you want to see what's next. You want to see what's next. Yeah, I agree. So, but this all kind of feels good at the end if we can get the spacing and the tempo right.
Yes, everything's good here. Just the spacing it out, turning it as much into a page turner for the last couple of pages here. From the moment she starts singing Freedom, that should be like, almost line by line. Maybe not literally, but
yeah.
And then man, and then interior Barnhart's box. And that's good. I like that. Yeah, Barnhart's the one that says it at the end, which makes sense. It's like he shows up just to say that, basically.
Yeah. Well, it'd be interesting to see what Uncle Bruce thinks about that.
Yeah, it's like, and the chaotic crowd suddenly all become motionless. It's like, every now and then I think maybe that could be all elaborated on, but I think those two lines just say it all right there.
Yeah, at that point, I feel like we want to keep it simple.
Yeah, to keep it simple. Yeah, man, that's it, dude.
Sweet. So this will definitely be add a couple, at least a few more pages. I'd say maybe 5,
which is fine.
10, yeah. And then with the spacing out, it might end up being around 130, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the movie will be probably that long anyway, just because of the musical performances.
Right. Yeah, they'll extend the movie by 15.
I mean, that could be like a couple of pages of just a song, 4 minutes here and there.
Agreed. And I like adding a little bit of that, the band meeting for the, jamming for the first time. I think that's a valuable thing to see. And then just the little things we added, like this isn't,
Yeah, and that band scene too. It's like it's like her, not her first time, but like, it's like she left the Fabric and that was her thing, but now she's with this new band. So it's like building the rapport with this band. That could be a cool scene. So that later on, like when they're playing Richie Havens, and it's like they're all on the same page. It's just we can assume that they all practice, but it'll be cool, to see that.
Yeah, it's a moment. Like that's what they say. Scripts are made up of moments that you want to see, and that kind of that are cool, and that play on the rest of the story. We don't really do anything with the band except for like, introduced to the band. There's the band. Like we don't know anybody's name in the band. We don't know how many people are. I think there's like 15 people I said or something like that. Who knows? So
15, yeah.
So maybe that could be a cool thing just to kind of get introduced to the faces at least. We don't have to meet all of them, but
because we have a really much wider depth of understanding of the behind the scenes people, the crew of the show. The only one that's in the show that we really know of is Lily. That's it. Even Chris does all the behind the scenes dance choreography.
Yeah, but he's never on the fucking stage, which we've never talked about, by the way. That he doesn't perform.
Like, are you even really the choreographer? Like, we never really know. That'll be like one of the secret conspiracies of the movie. It's like he never really performed. Lily never knew the whole time. It's like, how was work? Oh, it was great. You danced? Yeah, I danced my ass off. It's like he can't even dance.
They go out drinking, and then they get drunk and they dance together, or they just go out and not get drunk but have a good time and dance together. She sees them dance, and he's like, "What?
How the hell did you do this job?" Yeah. Oh my god. That is too funny. Oh, and Kid Harington's on TV right now.
Is he? What season you got on?
6.
Just before the fall.
Oh yeah, he just came back to life.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, he's back.
Sweet, man.
Dude, all right. Excellent.
Yeah, very successful. So
I'll definitely spend some time, put together a Dragon Mandala description. I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
that's like what my life's been leading to write this Dragon Mandala description.
Seriously, it's been
My
working for you.
hmm
Um, okay, yeah, I had a couple. Oh, yeah, and then the only other thing we could think about is Matt and his ring. We never know that he dies, and his ring is
Oh right.
that was like a
Oh
personal thing with me, so
yeah,
it
I
was
know.
basically my ring. But I
Yeah,
mean,
I know.
we assume that he dies or something bad happens to him, but we just
Yeah.
never see. So it could either be a loose end, or we could have a confirmation just to one more dagger for Lily at some point. So that's something to think about.
Yeah.
That's
Think
an
about
easy
that.
one-liner thing, like, oh, by the way, here's Chris's ring, or she sees Chris's ring, or what,
Yeah.
Matt's ring. Sorry.
Vincelli's just like wearing it at the end.
Oh
Like
God,
when she
that'd
like
be
it's like
fucking
he's like
dark.
saying goodbye at the last minute and she's like he's getting ready to close the door and Vincelli puts his hand in to like stop the door from closing for a second. He's like, I just want to tell you one more thing. I think you're gonna do great tonight. And his hand's right there with the ring on it and she sees it and she's just like, what the fuck? And he's like, all right, have a good show.
That would be fucking wild,
Like,
dude.
yeah, like what the fuck? Because she's like believes him for what I don't know. But it would change the dynamic of that scene if we did that.
It really
but
would. Oh yeah,
but damn,
that's dark.
that's yeah, it's dark.
That's something to think about, though. It's something to think about. Or we could just leave it like, what
Yeah,
happened? What happened to
we'll
Matt?
we'll think about it. We'll figure it out.
All right,
Awesome.
man. Thanks for talking, and yeah, I'll get
Oh,
to work
thank
on
you.
this next week. I like to start on Mondays.
Okay,
Um,
cool. I'll upload this either tonight or tomorrow.
Sweet, that'll be helpful. And then I'd like to send it in by like the 28th.
Okay.
So that's 2 weeks, basically, like 15, 16 days. So, or 17 days. So we got a little time. And then obviously I want to finish all these and then send it to you and get your final like opinion on it. And then
Great.
or send it in. So
Excellent.
cool, man. Thanks for reading it again a couple times. I appreciate
Oh, thanks for
your
writing it, dude.
stuff. Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate it. It's fun to read.
It felt really good. All these notes feel really very smooth. Very smooth.
Good. Good.
All right, dude.
Excellent. All right, my brother. Well, you enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll catch up tomorrow if the asteroid doesn't hit or the satellites don't go up or if all that other shit. Either way, we'll be in touch.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. This side or the other side. One of the
Yep.
two.
Yep.
I'll check your beeper.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I faxed you too.
Okay.
All
Peace
right,
out,
brother.
buddy. Love
All
you.
right. Peace out. Love you too, man.
Good
Talk
talking.
to you later. Peace.
Yes.